Good evening. Good evening and welcome to the West Orange Board of Education Public Board Meeting on Monday, April 28th. I would like to thank all of you here in person and those watching from home for joining us tonight. Ms. Flower, I would like to welcome my fellow board members, as well as Mr. Moore and Ms. Flowers and our student liaisons. Ms. Flowers, would you please take the roll call?
Good evening. Roll call, please. Dr. Bryant. Here. Mr. Stevenson.
Here.
Ms. Vera. Here. Mr. Ifker.
Here.
Mr. Rock.
Here.
Notice of meeting. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interests are discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of the Act, a written notice was sent from the Office of the Secretary of the Board on January 6, 2025. That said notice was sent by regular mail to the West Orange Township Clerk and the editors of the West Orange Chronicle and by email to the Star Ledger. That said notice was posted in the lobby of the Administration Building of the Board of Education and posted on the district website. Please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and may be broadcasted on local TV and the district's website at a future date. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Ms. Flowers. In consideration of the closed and public meeting of March 17th, 2025 and April 2nd, 2025, do I have a motion to accept the minutes?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Any comments? Hearing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll call.
Bryant? Yes. Mr. Stevenson?
Yes.
Ms. Vera? Yes. Vice President Ifker?
Yes.
President Rock?
Yes.
Thank you.
And good evening to our student liaisons, Nina Davis and Abby Rothstein. Would you two please share your student liaison report with us?
Hello, everyone. Before we start our report as usual, Nina and I wanted to make a few statements on this important night. As student liaisons, we do not have much influence over what the budget cuts resulted in. We are here to voice the student body's concerns and successes, to take pride in our education through the faculty and staff. We encourage friends and family to speak their minds at board meetings and go around asking people what they feel is necessary to address within our system. Unfortunately, due to budget cuts, we are losing many teachers, staff, classes, and extracurriculars that have been and always will be honored within our school. So Nina and I would like to share a message. Thank you to all the teachers who go above and beyond within and outside our classrooms, the one who made classroom feel like a family, and the students feel calm in an environment that can easily be anything but. Every teacher has impacted their students in one way or another and will always be respected and honored. To all our teachers who were laid off due to the budget cuts, our peers and I are incredibly sorry and want you to know that we are grateful for you and everything you have done for us over the years in the West Orange School District. Now we'll be moving on to some of the successes and exciting things coming up for our student body. April is National Bilingual/Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. So we would like to shine a spotlight on the Italian Club, which has recently went to its annual spring break trip to Italy, where they visited a school in Florence, getting a unique opportunity to further their education with once-in-a-lifetime experiences. I went on the trip last year, and I can easily say it was the best experience of my life. If you'd like to help support the Italian Club to continue shaping our students' minds, please come to the Italian Night on June 6th. I will be performing alongside my amazing peers and teachers.
Good evening. I just wanted to share a couple more school-wide highlights and successes. On Thursday, the West Orange High School boys 800-meter relay team set a new record at the Penn Relays. This relay team, comprising of Sally Negrassi, Andrea Costa, Life Smith, and Cooper Harwood, just broke an 8-year school record with a new time of 7 minutes and 51.30 seconds, and this team is now national bound. I also wanted to highlight our two students, Danny Edgar and Ignacio Romano, who recently won honorable mention in the Scholastic Arts and Writing Awards. This is one of the nation's most prestigious and long-standing honors for high school students in art. If you actually wanted to look at their art pieces, they are in the back of the room on my right. Additionally, on Friday, the Family Career Community Leaders of America held their second annual fashion show comprising of student-made pieces with student models. So if you wanted to look on the board website to see some of their pictures of their pieces, they are pretty great. And additionally, the Future Business Leaders of America won Gold Seal Chapter of Merit at their annual conference in Atlantic City last month. So congratulations to them. And also, just a reminder to seniors, Decision Day is this Thursday, May 1st. All seniors, please come to school dressed in the merch or attire of the school you will be attending after graduation. And of course, none of these amazing accomplishments would mean anything if it weren't for the amazing staff behind them. Again, Abby and I would like to send out our greatest sympathies for all of those who are struggling under these budget cuts, and thank you for everything you do for us as students.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moore, it's now time for your report. Would you please share your superintendent's report with us?
Thank you, President Rock, and good evening, everyone. Let's start this evening by taking the opportunity to recognize our high school students for their outstanding achievement regarding Multilingual Advocacy Month. At this time, I ask our world language supervisor, Mr. Felix Plata, and our high school principal to please come forward so that we can salute our students together with the board.
Good evening. Good evening. So my name is Felix Plata. I'm the Salem World Languages Supervisor, and I'm sure you know this fine gentleman here, Mr. Guerrero, principal of our high school. So tonight, in the spirit of Multilingual Appreciation and Advocacy Month, we celebrate not just academic achievement, but a profound commitment to global citizenship by our wonderful students. Specifically, we are recognizing the accomplishments of two groups of high school students who embody the values of our language programs, which are to develop multilingualism for the purpose of global competence and cultural responsiveness. In an increasingly interconnected world, the ability to communicate across languages and cultures is no longer a luxury, but a necessity. And that necessity goes beyond just developing the ability to communicate or translate in another language, which in and of itself is valuable. Learning languages fosters empathy, broadens perspectives, and equips our students to become effective leaders in our ever-growing, diverse world. Tonight, we honor students who have taken this challenge to heart. Now, with our first honorees, we recognize the student leaders of our high school's Latin Club and their partnership with the Empathy, Equality, Entrepreneurship Mission Organization, or TEAM. Under the guidance of their club advisors, our Spanish teachers, Ms. Rochelle Alves and Mr. Carlos Perez, these students have demonstrated remarkable initiative by collaborating with the nonprofit organization Techo in Ecuador. Their work, which began this year and under the guidance of Mr. Guerrero, who brought this initiative to the high school, which began this year and will continue to the next to provide emergency housing and improve living conditions for underserved communities, exemplifying global competence in action. They are living what the mission and vision is of our World Languages program. Through this partnership and in alignment with the Spanish Level 4 curriculum, these students are developing crucial entrepreneurship skills, planning fundraising events, and raising awareness of global issues right here in West Orange, while developing their second language proficiency. Their recent attendance at a team leadership conference has further fueled their passion and we eagerly anticipate their final team event this year, which is a conference on May 21st in Paramus. And the conference is inviting all districts who are participating in that conference to come and share in the achievements and the goals and the visions of our students. The initiative not only offers our students the opportunity to earn 6 college credits through the dual enrollment opportunity, but more importantly, or at least equally important, it cultivates compassionate and engaged global citizens. So for this, we applaud our team students who are here tonight. Now, with our next group of honorees, we celebrate 15 graduating seniors who have achieved a wonderful distinction. They have earned the New Jersey Department of Education Seal of Biliteracy in 3 languages. We had a total of, to backtrack, we had a total this year of 62 graduating seniors who demonstrated proficiency in at least one other language, earning them the Seal of Biliteracy. But again, these students have demonstrated their exceptional proficiency in listening, speaking, reading, and writing in English and 2 additional languages. The languages that they represent here tonight are Spanish, French, Haitian Creole, Italian, Portuguese, and Amharic. Of the 62 students, we have over 12 languages that are being represented by those students with the Seal of Biliteracy. But again, tonight we are honoring and appreciating these 15 trilingual students who are more than just trilingual, they are triliterate. This accomplishment represents countless hours of dedication, deep respect for linguistic diversity, and the commitment to academic excellence. These students are not only proficient in multiple languages, they are also better equipped to navigate our complex world, connect with diverse communities, and contribute to a more inclusive society. They understand that learning a language is important for more than just being able to communicate or translate. The true significance of multilingualism and multiculturalism for that matter, is to gain insight, empathy, and understanding of the perspectives of those cultures and the people who speak those languages, so that we may more effectively navigate our complex world. So for those students who've earned tonight the Seal of Triliteracy, we also applaud you. So at this time, we will call up first our team leaders. So our 5 students, we'll call you up and you'll come up to the front here. We start Alexandra Morales, Joshua Montague, Justin Weinshank, Rohan Mehta, and Aishwarya Jacob. Please come up to the front. Thank you. And then do them or the 15 students all together, right? Because they're all one big multilingual, multicultural world, right? That's our society now. Now, our Seal of Triliteracy recipients. Kathleen Antoine, Aliyah Correa, Rosa Jane Desamore, Letitia Fayette, Wilcy Gonzalez, Erica Jaquez, Katrina Jean Baptiste, Marsha Malsay, Kimberly Mira Barrientos, Nelly Pierre, Camille Chavez, Trigal Rosario Taveras, Camila Saltos, Nathania Zemedagia Niehu, and Nasa Zeterne. Please come up. Congratulations. We will award you. Mr. Guerrero can put the medallions on our recipients. So they all get 2. So as they hand out the medallions, the students that are receiving the triliteracy medallions, they're graduating seniors this year. One point that I don't think I necessarily highlighted, our team leaders who have started that initiative with Decho in Ecuador, they're underclassmen. So you have to, in order to earn the seal of biliteracy, you have to be a graduating senior. Obviously, our team leaders, we're looking forward to them passing the 3-hour exam, which again assesses reading, listening, speaking, and writing, so that they will be, when they become seniors, hopefully they would earn that award as well. So thank you.
I have a few things to read, though. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm moving first. Congratulations and thank you to our students. We are very proud of you. And we value the hard work you put into it. Thank you very much. At this time, I would like to ask the board to be seated in the audience, as we will be introducing our middle school configuration. You guys coming up here though? Where you guys go? Right here? Okay. Let me give, we have some people leaving. Just going to give them a second. Okay, everyone. If I can have your attention for a moment. At this time, I'd like to address our community on the changes being made in our district as it relates to middle school configuration. It is no secret that our district is facing a financial deficit. But it is also no secret that our district has a history of making well-considered changes when needed. For instance, 40 years ago, the consolidation of 2 high schools into one created West Orange High School in 1984. West Orange High School is now Seton Hall Prep, and this was Mountain. In 1984, we had to come together to create West Orange High School. It has resulted in an outstanding institution that has prepared many generations to successfully contribute to society. As many of us may or may not recall, Fairmont Elementary School was sold by West Orange School District. That's located by Northfield and Gregory. It is now Golda Ock Academy, another major decision that impacted our district years ago. In addition, our district made significant decisions to create a Central 6 school by designating Edison exclusively for 6th graders, with Liberty and Roosevelt educating 7th and 8th graders. While this may have been suited for the educational environment 20 years ago, the current data indicates that this configuration may no longer be effective and meet the needs of our students academically or the needs of our district fiscally. Nearly 17 years ago, as the newly appointed principal of West Orange High School, I helped introduce the rotating drop schedule and, and created one common lunch period, providing our students with more classroom instruction time by moving away from a traditional schedule to a rotating drop. We have seen positive results for our high school students and staff. Now today, we talk about creating 3 middle schools, each serving 6, 7, and 8. This will greatly support our efforts to improve academic performance, ensure effective vertical alignment and continuity, as well as provide greater opportunity to follow students' academic growth and social emotional growth before entering high school. As you can see in the news or here, school budgets are being cut across the state, and there is a real fiscal deficit statewide calling for profound changes. But unlike our neighbors, our changes can be implemented without further burdening the taxpayer. Creating 3 middle schools is a fiscally advantageous and will reduce transportation costs, which we can funnel back into our classrooms for students and staff. As a side note, transportation costs as is very expensive and will increase year after year at a minimum of 3.7%, and that's by law. Our district cannot financially afford to maintain the status quo. We will continue to prioritize our students. This administration is leading with a modern mindset. We're brave enough to embrace change, and with a willingness to take the appropriate steps. The 6, 7, 8 middle school model is sound, both academically and fiscally. And at this time, I'd like to bring out and introduce our assistant superintendent, along with our middle school principals, our supervisor of special services, and our transportation director to talk about what this would look like and how this will impact our students. So if we can, Ebony.
Good evening. Good evening to our board, to our school community, to our parents, students, and families. This evening, you will hear from members of our school and district leadership. We will share a vision that has been taking shape over time and it is one that is rooted in educational continuity, belonging, and academic strength. We are speaking about building continuity and academic strength within a 6 to 8 middle school model. Our move toward this model reflects a thoughtful plan designed to support students today and for the years to come. At its core, we believe this model offers students 3 consistent years with a dedicated team of educators, fewer school transitions, and stronger relationships with their peers and with their staff and with their neighborhood community. It strengthens our ability to align instruction, to identify needs early, to provide a stable, supportive experience for every learner. One model, one community, 3 years of belonging. Mr. Moore spoke about the transitions and the changes over time. Here's a snapshot of our district then and now. And just 5 years ago, we had one preschool disabled program with one campus. Today, we have a preschool disabled program with 2 campuses. Today, we have 10 universal preschools added to our district, 1 district preschool and 9 private providers that extend not only in our West Orange community, but in our neighboring communities. Our enrollment has increased by over 300 students in just 5 years. 21% of our students now receive special education services. And as we saw from our presentation today, our multilingual learners has nearly doubled from 4 to 7% in just 5 years. Our growing programs and our populations have outpaced our current model. At the heart of this model is a commitment to building stability and academic strength for our students. First, our students will experience 3 full years of stability with consistent teachers, support systems, a deeper sense of belonging to their school community. This model also creates greater academic consistency. Curriculum and instruction interventions will be more tightly aligned across grades 6 through 8, providing a more connected learning experience. With students starting middle school in grade 6 and remaining in one middle school for 3 years, we can achieve early identification, sustained intervention, support our academic needs from the beginning, progress monitor, and continue throughout. And this support will be over the most critical years in a student's academic career, the middle school career. We can also expect to see increases in student performance and in our outcomes. We can provide vertical alignment into high school so that our transition from grade 8 into 9 becomes stronger. We can help our students transition more smoothly and build a more coherent academic journey. Stronger staff collaboration is an excellent advantage. Teachers and counselors will work across grades, creating shared strategies, cohesive professional development that strengthens and supports all of our students for 3 consecutive years. Additionally, a 6 to 8 model allows for more flexible and efficient use of our staffing, our resources, and ensuring that programs and supports can adapt to student needs more effectively. And importantly, by reducing the number of school transitions, students avoid the repeated disruption of having to reacclimate to new buildings, new staff, and new systems. In short, fewer transitions mean more time for learning, more space for growth, stronger relationships that support both. One model, one community, 3 years of belonging. This includes strengthening the continuity of our services for our specialized populations. I'd like to introduce Ms. Dawn Ribeiro, our Supervisor of Special Education, 6 through 12, to discuss these efforts.
Good evening. Through the consideration of the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade middle school model, we are committed to ensure every middle school has the supports needed to service our specialized populations equitably. This includes our students within the Special Services Department, as well as our multilingual learners. All middle schools will continue to offer the continuum of special education programming. our in-class resource and pull-out replacement services and language learning disabilities programming, as well as multilingual learner supports. This is really to ensure that every building can provide those inclusive and responsive instruction. For students within our self-contained settings, our programs have been strategically placed at determining based on available space and staffing, as well as reflecting our current facilities and budget capacity. For the 25-26 school year, the intellectual disabilities and emotional regulation impairments programs will be housed at Liberty Middle School and the autism program at Roosevelt Middle School. Additionally, students will have the opportunity now to integrate with grade level peers in these 6th through 8th grade programs. It's important to recognize that within the special education programming, class sizes will continue to remain compliant with the Special Education New Jersey Administrative Code 6A14. In addition, child study team assignments will reflect student enrollment. Additionally, paraprofessional staffing will be in accordance with not only the Special Education New Jersey Administrative Code, but also in alignment with student IEPs.
And as we're thinking about our specialized populations, we know that those relationships matter, from their child study teams to their supports to the teachers that they're building those relationships with. And this includes our middle school principals, from orientation nights and building tours to welcome letters and advisory programs. Their goal is to create a consistent, caring experience for every student and welcome every family. We want each child to enter into middle school feeling known, valued, and ready to learn. Our families will have multiple opportunities to connect, from the summer opening houses to those evening Q&A sessions, and our students will engage in all of these areas over the years. To discuss this further, I'm going to introduce each of our principals who will share how they are preparing to welcome our students into their schools for grades 6 through 8. And I'd like to begin by welcoming Mr. Steve Melendez, the principal of Edison Middle School.
Good evening. I would like to thank the board and Mr. Moore for providing us the opportunity to share how we as administrators and teachers plan to make the transition to 3, 6, 7, and 8th grade middle schools a success for our students and our families. Building a strong community is at the heart of our plan. Strong school communities foster a positive atmosphere for students to feel welcome, safe, respected, and engaged. It promotes a culture of kindness and cooperation, which is essential for academic and personal growth. When parents and educators engage in community building, they set the example for collaboration and success for students by reinforcing the value of teamwork and participation. Therefore, as educators at our respected schools, we prepare to transition to this model. We have brainstorm activities that foster community building among students, families, and educators. We have planned transition activities that welcome our newest members and foster a sense of belonging within the school and our classrooms. These activities will take place during our orientations, in our classrooms, and our parent meetings. For instance, our student ambassadors, which we have at all 3 schools, and these are groups of students who are familiar with our climate and culture, will assist us as we welcome and support our incoming students throughout the school year. We also have planned parent engagement meetings that focus on topics such as transition into middle school, extracurricular club offerings, and helping your child transition to their new environment by utilizing school resources that assist your child academically and socially. We plan on implementing our school spirit theme days across grade levels to help build strong and inclusive school environments. During the summer, we also will welcome parents to make appointments to tour the school and ask questions. Students can familiarize themselves with classrooms and lockers. When these meetings are conducted, many times students come with groups of students so that they get to know each other. Overall, we believe that by focusing on community building and creating meaningful transition activities, our students and families will experience a smooth transition to our new model. I would also like to welcome at this point and explain which schools will be coming to Edison Middle School. And at this time, the administration and staff of Edison Middle School welcomes Washington, Redwood, and sections of Kelly to Edison Central 6 Middle School. At this time, I would like to introduce Mr. Xavier Fitzgerald, the principal of Liberty Middle School. Thank you, everyone.
Good evening. I'm going to steal a catchphrase. Good, better, best. Never let it rest till your good is better and you are your very best. If you were a student at Edison Middle School for the past 17 years, you knew that was my catchphrase that I used each and every time you walked into the building. Because by the time you left Edison, our goal was to make sure you were the very best and prepared for that 7th and 8th grade year. When this was brought to our attention, I did have some questions. I did have some understanding of what the next steps were. 17 years ago or 20 years ago when this Central 6 model was proposed, I was the guy they hired. I was the guy that for those 17 years watched how the students grow. And so when I would have principal luncheons with my 6th grade students, they would always ask, Mr. Fitzgerald, what do you like best about Edison? And I gave them a little outline. What I like best about Edison is what I dislike probably most about Edison. And they would always scratch their head and say, what is that? It would be that I only had them for 1 year. I never got a chance to see them grow. I never got a chance to watch them become the young adults that they become, going from a 6th grade for 9 months to a 6th, 7th, and 8th grader, because there's a lot of growth that happens. I used to always wonder why Mr. Hush would say, well, Fitz, you know, that student that came to me, they ain't what they were in the 6th grade, but here's where they are in the 8th grade. And for the past 3 years, I've gotten an opportunity to see that growth. I've gotten an opportunity to see them go from 6th grade to 7th grade and to 8th grade. And so when I look at this model, I'm going to say that we're prepared for this. We are going to make sure that the back to school nights are informative. They are enriched with the ideas that you as a community, whether it's Mount Pleasant, and I'm going to welcome the Mount Pleasant community, I'm going to welcome the Kelly community and sections of St. Cloud community to our Liberty Lions Pride home. I want you to understand that as we make these moves going in, we're going to be as forthcoming, but also informative, so that way you, the community, have as much information about our learning environment. It is what we're reinventing, but we're not renewing. We're going to make sure that when your children walk through that door, they're going to be taken care of from 6th to 7th to 8th grade. When we look at parent teas and coffee clutches that they have on the elementary level, we're going to bring those to the 6th, 7th, and 8th grade model to ensure that each marking period, you're informed about the next steps going from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. So it's not just for the 6th grade only. When we talk about extracurricular activities, we're going to make sure that you are informed at our back to school nights, that you are informed at our club fairs that we're going to have for our students before we have the interest meeting. So that way the students can find an interest after school that they can't find, say, in an academic. Some students are academic and some students want to be part of our crocheting club. Some of them want to be a part of our chess club. Some of them want to be a part of our environmental. So we're going to make sure that they know what's available to them. But more importantly, we're going to make sure that the community of Mount Pleasant, Kelly, and sections of St. Cloud are aware of those activities, that academic, and we're going to make sure that they are prepared as they make their way from 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, Mr. Guerrero, to West Orange High School. With that being said, I'm going to welcome Mr. Lionel Hush, principal of Roosevelt Middle School.
And Roosevelt would like to welcome our Gregory community, our Hazel community, and sections of our St. Cloud community to Roosevelt. So we're going to begin this journey hosting 3 student parent orientations in June. During those orientations, you'll have the opportunity to meet with administration and some of our teacher leaders. You'll be given the opportunity to tour the buildings, peek into some of the classrooms, and learn of our extracurricular offerings. And that's where we'll have some of our question and answer sessions with administration. Those 3 will have one orientation for the 6th grade parents and students alone, and then we'll have one for the 7th and 8th grade, and we will have one for our multilingual learners. Though our multilingual learners are welcome to attend any of the orientation, the one we have specifically organized for them will have staff available to communicate in many languages, and will also add the offerings, will offer assistance in some of the platforms that we utilize in the middle schools significantly, like Google Classroom, Power School, and our school messenger. We will then, because June and August is a long time that passes on, so we will be hosting open houses the last full week of August, where our students have the opportunities. We'll have 3 days, one for the 6th grade, one for the 7th, and one for the 8th. During these 3 days, the students will have the opportunity to yet again tour the building, but following their classroom schedules now. They'll also have the opportunity to set up, decorate their lockers. And for many of our transitioning students, this is the first time they actually get the opportunity to use a combination lock. So they'll have ample opportunity to practice with that as well. So these open houses have traditionally helped reduce angst as they're looking to start a new school year and transition into a new building, as well as prepare for the start of school. So these are the opportunities we will have that will be open to all students and their parents to get us all ready to get this ball rolling. And at this point in time, I welcome back to the podium, Mr. Mendez.
Makes you want to go back to 6th grade. Today, so far, you've heard about the academic benefits for a 6 to 8 model, the sense of the belonging, the sense of community. Mr. Moore also made the direct connection to our budget and to our financial efficiency. I'm going to transition to that portion of this presentation. Our transportation improvements in the 6 to 8 model would eliminate district-wide busing of all 6th graders to a single site. It is an immediate benefit of that model. Right now, all 6th graders are bused across town to Edison. This creates longer routes, pulling buses from neighborhood services, and causing ripple effects across the district. The 6 to 8 model eliminates district-wide busing and allows more students to walk or have shorter neighborhood-based routes while still maintaining those transportation for hazardous routes. The shift will reduce late arrivals and dismissal delays that we are experiencing at our elementary schools, that is taking away from our instructional time, and that is making more of our school days seek greater efficiency. It will help us minimize those instructional disruptions. It will also free up buses to support our growing preschool transportation needs, which have become increasingly complex and expensive as we've expanded to 10 preschools, to 2 preschool disabled campuses. And finally, aligning our bell schedules and bus routing through the 6 to 8 model will create longer-term efficiency. It will help us build a transportation system that is more responsive to where students actually live today. To walk us through the impact on routing and transportation savings, I'd like to invite our Director of Transportation, Mr. Gregory Cohen.
Thank you, Ms. Mendez. So in addition to daily operations, the 6 to 8 model plays an important role in strengthening our transportation costs. Right now, the district is working to close a $9.1 million budget gap. Transition in neighborhood-based middle schools is projected to generate approximately $1.5 million in transportation savings over 3 years students spend in the middle school. These efficiencies come directly from aligning bus routes geographically, which reduces the need for long cross-town transportation. It significantly reduces our reliance on costly bus duty coverage, which currently costs the district a little over $200,000 annually to manage the delays of our buses arriving at the elementary schools. These savings will allow us to minimize the impact of budget cuts, protecting staff, and preserving programs to directly support our students. In short, the 6 to 8 model helps us maintain a structure that is both educationally strong and financially responsible. ensuring that resources stay focused where they matter most, our students. Now that we've outlined the broader operation benefits of the 6-to-8 model, let's take a closer look at how projected attendance zones were developed. Our approach was guided by geographic proximity, board-approved non-cross streets and hazardous roads, balanced enrollment, and maintaining neighborhood connections, not strictly by elementary school boundaries. The goal is to place students closer to home whenever possible, while ensuring equitable access to a full range of middle school opportunities across the district. Should have told me how to do this. As we plan for the transition to 6-8 school model, we are continuing to refine the specific feeder patterns from our elementary schools. Based on current enrollment and geographic considerations, we anticipate the students from the following elementary schools will feed into the middle school. However, this work is ongoing and adjustments may occur as we continue to review enrollment patterns and operational logistics. Our goal is to ensure the best possible placement for all students, and we're committed to providing updates as this process moves forward. The anticipated middle school placements are Edison, Washington, Redwood, and sections of Kelly, Liberty, Mount Pleasant, Kelly, and sections of St. Cloud, Roosevelt, Hazel, Gregory, and sections of St. Cloud. Once finalized, a full street directory will be published on the district's website. Street level boundaries remain subject to change as we complete enrollment balancing and our final reviews. I'd like to have Ms. Mendez come back up, please.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. And we close with our key transition events and our communication timelines. As we move forward to the 6-to-8 middle school model, we've designed a thoughtful transition plan to support our students' families and staff every step of the way. In May, families will receive 2 primary communications, letters from our district with the name of the school that they will be attending. This should be expected the second week of May. Our principals will then communicate with our families directly, inviting them to parent orientations the third week of May. In June, we will host orientation nights for all coming 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students and families, with special orientations for our multilingual learners and families at Roosevelt and Edison at 6:30 p.m. And in August, each middle school will welcome students and families through bagels and lock events, a chance to visit the building, meet staff, ease into the transition for the new year. And additionally, transportation meetings will be held with our parents in August to discuss and review the My Ride K-12 app, to discuss any transportation-related changes and address parent questions. Translations will be available at those transportation meetings. Through every phase, our focus remains on creating a welcome, supportive experience for every student and family. This concludes our 6-to-8 middle school model for Edison, Liberty, and Roosevelt. One model, one community, 3 years of belonging. Thank you. We'll take questions from the board.
Thank you. Would the board return to the dais?
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Mendez. Does anybody on the board have questions for Mr. Mendez this time?
Good evening. Appreciate the presentation, Mr. Mendez. Superintendent Moore, your leadership as we transition into this 6-to-8 model. Thank you to all of the staff members, principals, Mr. Cohen, Ms. Ribeiro, for your presentations. Just one question on school populations. Does this model in any way kind of change or impact one school more than the other in terms of school populations? I know there have been questions around school overcrowding and things of that. And we're talking about expanding footprint in the town with respect to housing. Is there still a balance among the schools in terms of the number of students who will attend the school? Is one school more disproportionately affected by this model than another?
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. I think that's been one of our priorities. Mr. Moore has charged us with not only finding the efficiencies, but also making sure that we find a balanced enrollment across our schools. Currently, with the routes that we have now, we have found that balance. We have approximately, and these numbers may change, but between 460 in one school, 480 in another, and 5 in the other. So there's no more than 20 to 40 students, which is appropriate given that some buildings have their own larger footprint, right? They can house more students.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Mr. Mendez.
That was good. Good. Thank you.
Mr. Moore?
I want to thank the presenters tonight. We've been working and I've charged them with quite a challenge in a short period of time. And I appreciate the hard work you put in. So let me say publicly, none of this is easy. It is a necessity. And I appreciate the hard work you put in and the thoughtfulness you did. You did not have a long period of time, but it was thoughtful. I've worked with you for lockstep in this, making sure that we're able to accomplish it. And I have to say to you that there were some really innovative thoughts, ideas, but I think Mr. Fitzgerald put it best. The group of administrators that presented tonight and that are working with our students care very much about our students, along with myself, but care very much about our students and staff. And they are trying to make any changes as seamless as possible. And I hope that this community was able to feel that, not just hear it in their presentation, but feel it in their presentation, because I know that this hasn't been an easy time, but they've worked very hard with students in mind and staff in mind. And that was always a topic of our discussion whenever we had to make some hard choices. None of these choices are easy. None of these choices are what we said, hey, let's make these changes. We want to do it. Yes, we thought about the 6, 7, 8 model for academic purposes, but it would have taken a certain length of time, which we thought we would have had. But when we were cut by the state so deeply, our choices became necessities. And I appreciate that they took this time. They were able to get this across to you, and I felt that they did it, the way they did it was empathetic, thoughtful, and I really appreciate it, not just as a superintendent, but also as a parent whose children are in the district. I appreciate what you've done, so I wanted to thank you guys all publicly. And thank you to the community for listening. Thank you for trusting in us to embark on these challenges. These are been long days, long nights, but we have your best interests at heart. We have our students' best interests at heart, and we will continue to do what we have to do and how we have to do it to keep this district as quality as we know it. So I just wanted to say thank you to that. And to the board, I will conclude my report, but I would like to report that throughout the district, we've had one incident of HIB, and I concur with the findings presented by the anti-bullying specialist. Thank you, President Rock, for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Do we have any committee reports from the board? They were down here. All right, then I'll move on to my board president's report. And I will highlight some of the great things happening at Washington Elementary School. As a Title I designated school, Washington recently hosted family nights for their parents and students. The ELA Parent Night was conducted on April 23rd, where students and parents enjoyed listening to stories and related English language arts activities. For the evening of April 24th, Washington welcomed families for a parent math night. Activities surrounded the topic of math, including a fun round of bingo. Refreshments were served, and both events were carefully organized by our Washington Elementary School teachers. On Friday, April 25th, Washington Elementary welcomed State Senator John McKeon, who spoke with our students in grades 4 and 5. All students came prepared to ask questions of our senator. And lastly, I'd just like to echo what Mr. Moore said. Thank you to the team that put together the middle school 6-8 presentation today. As Mr. Moore and Mr. Mendez mentioned, this is something we've been contemplating already for a number of reasons. Given the budget constraints, it seemed like a no-brainer to move this up a little bit in order to recognize a significant amount of savings. We heard at our last meeting from the public that we needed to save money wherever we can, and this seemed like a win-win where we can both do what's best for the students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade throughout the town, as well as save a significant amount of money that'll offset some of the other cuts that would otherwise need to be done throughout the budget. So again, thank you for your work on that. I think if we hadn't already been thinking about this, it'd be tough to turn this around so quickly. And so while it may seem quick to people in the audience, this is not something that they just thought about last week. They've been thinking about it and preparing to present it to us. We just kind of moved up the timeline a little bit because of current budget constraints. So with that, we will move on to questions from the public on agenda items only. Any community member who would like to make comments or ask questions, please come to the podium at this time. Please state your name and home address for the record, then begin your comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. Do we have any members of the public here in the audience tonight who wish to make a public comment?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Josh Goldfarb, and I'm a lifelong resident of West Orange, 8th grade teacher at Roosevelt Middle School, and president of the WOEA. The public may not be aware, but on Friday, 36 employees were informed that their positions are being eliminated next year. They are teachers, caseworkers, nurses, and tech integration specialists. That is why we are wearing black today. It could have been worse. I know how hard Mr. Moore worked to keep this number as low as possible, and that's appreciated. But the reality is that these are 36 positions that will not be filled. These 36 people have dedicated countless hours to helping the students of this district, and they are being let go not because of performance, but to save money. However, I have not heard of any positions being cut from upper administration. I don't know of any supervisory positions being cut. I haven't heard about a reduction in coaching positions or anything like that. All I've heard is that there will be fewer teachers in the classroom. That means larger class sizes, which will result in an increase in discipline issues, less individual attention to students, and a drop in test scores. Not to mention a decrease in morale, which I assure you is as low as I've ever seen it. I hope the board and administration will do something to address that problem. Cuts are being made that impact teaching and learning, but will there be cuts that don't impact that? Maybe cutting the car and phone allowances that sub-administrators receive. It is a drop in the bucket, but it might show a sliver of solidarity with those of us in the trenches. This is all happening because supposedly the district is facing $8, or I guess $9 now, $million deficit. But are we really? All we have to work with so far is the preliminary budget presentation, which was lacking a lot of detail. Let's also remember that this budget is a prediction. It does not reflect what has already been spent. It projects what they expect to spend. So what explains budgeting for such a huge deficit? Have expenses skyrocketed? Has revenue plummeted? Perhaps they have increased and decreased respectively, but to the tune of $9 million. The only way to know what is happening for sure would be for the public to analyze the line item budget. Perhaps we need an outside auditor to explain the combined $15 million deficit we have faced between last year and this year. So, soon after the March board meeting where the budget was presented, we asked for the budget, but were denied because it was not approved by the county at that point. This denial was in direct violation of the law and with the board's own policy. For over a month, we made requests, denial upon denial. Finally, this past Thursday afternoon at roughly 3:30 in the afternoon, we were informed that the district had reversed its decision and agreed that yes, the budget is a public document. Essentially, we were right all along and should have been given access to the budget a month ago. That is a month we were wrongly prevented from analyzing the budget for ourselves. Why the sudden change? I can't say for sure, but perhaps it was due to my informing the county superintendent of the stonewalling we have been subjected to. We were not given a copy, but I was able to look at it. I could not make a copy for myself. I could not take pictures nor take notes, and I was to be accompanied by an employee the whole time I viewed it. I spent an hour doing so this past Friday, but looking at a 150-page budget on its own isn't very helpful, especially when you can't write anything down. We are still insisting on receiving a copy of the full line item budget.
Mr. Goldfarb, thank you.
Go.
Good evening. My name is Julie Brady. I'm a social studies teacher here at the high school, and I've been working for West Orange School District for 21 years. To reiterate, we have yet to be presented with a copy of the full budget. So we are still insisting on receiving a copy of that full line item budget. And so what does the board have to hide? We would never claim that something untoward or nefarious is happening, but if that is not the case, why the secrecy and stonewalling? Why the month of denying access to a public document? This lack of transparency leads to an information vacuum, which in turn leads to rumors and speculation, neither of which are in your favor. But we are educators, and by nature, we believe in second chances. We leave the door open for our students' improvement and growth for as long as that door can be left open. And as someone recently told me, Julie, look forward and not back. So I'm looking forward. We believe you can improve your efforts and most certainly your communication. The question is what you are going to do going forward, because the staff, the parents, the community, and most importantly, our students, the students of West Orange, deserve nothing less than your most dedicated, your most honest, and your most forthright efforts. Thank you.
Deb Cohen, I teach at the high school. As school employees, whether in the classroom or not, and whether we are certified or not, we are expected to be transparent in our job. We are to contact home and communicate with parents if students are having difficulty. We are to submit lesson plans to show what is being taught in our classes. We are expected to document anything related to students being late, in the halls, leaving our classroom or our area. We are expected to be able to furnish documentation for IEP meetings and even our extracurricular activities. We are told we must be transparent. Why then has the Board of Education not given us the same courtesy? Why was more information not provided to those on the front lines in the district who support every student in the building, leaving us in the dark? The past few weeks at the high school, and I assume the other 12 buildings, have been full of rumors, gossip, speculation, and so much more. The distrust the BOE has made through this budget situation has brought ultimately unnecessary stress and tons of uncertainties. We understand that there are conversations that have to happen behind closed doors, but this goes beyond that. Enough information came to light through avenues that were not the BOE before the preliminary budget and since, without details, that all it led to was rumors and people asking others what they knew. Untenured and many tenured teachers were and still are in a panic, and I don't use that term lightly if they will have a job in the fall. The preliminary budget presentation was extremely different than in the past. Going back to 2016, 2017, there have been more details given in every preliminary budget. For those not aware, go to the budget and finance page of the website, and you can see that presentations were as high as 38 slides in 22, 23, down to 11 this year with a plethora of information before. In addition, Mr. Stevenson mentioned at the last meeting that the last 2 years, the district lost $1.7 million. However, he failed to mention that the 22-23 presentation shows an increase of $9.2 million. We were asked for suggestions, but have heard nothing. At the last meeting, we asked for cuts to be looked at outside the classroom. Did that happen? Were programs that are not related to the classroom looked at? Why has there been no update? Rumors fly, tensions are high, and the stress is out of this world, even for those like me who are 99.99% sure they're safe. Every single person in the buildings have been affected. We feel for our colleagues, we feel for the students, we feel for the supervisors and other building administrators who have quite frankly been put through hell as they try to figure out how to continue to serve our students the best while things are constantly changing. I know being a board member and a superintendent when budgets are tight or quite frankly in crisis, as it appears to be this year, but without any transparency of what is going on, this is quite frankly a mess. We have gotten information from students before it was given to the employees of the district. We're finding out that people are gaining knowledge at PTA meetings that have not been conveyed to employees of the district. And tonight is the first time that 6 through 8 teachers heard anything related to that model, from my understanding. This target is constantly moving. This is not how you treat employees, but more importantly, people. We have families and pay property taxes wherever we live. And by the way, almost 22% in West Orange. I'm going to finish. As an employee here since the fall of 2000,
Thank
I'm
you, Ms.
not
Gahn.
only angry, but extremely disappointed in how this budget has been handled. Do better, not with words, but with your actions. Earn our
Thank
trust
you
and
very
give it back.
much.
Good evening. My name is Kai and I'm a high school senior. Tonight, I will be speaking on behalf of concerned students, parents, and community members who are part of United Asian Voices of West Orange. UAV cares deeply about the world language program. We value the fact that students who are proficient in another language gain essential skills and cultural understanding to thrive in today's diverse society. We urge you to preserve the Mandarin program at the middle schools. Throughout high school, I've had the opportunity to celebrate my Chinese heritage and share it through events sponsored by the Chinese Club and all the Chinese classes. These experiences make me feel seen, valued, and proud of my identity. Without Chinese classes, I would have lost an important outlet to express my culture. Removing middle school Chinese programs would deny future students that same opportunity and weaken the sense of community we've built. Cutting Mandarin without fully explaining your decision and without public input dismisses community engagement and sends the message that learning Chinese and understanding Chinese American culture are not highly valued. Have you fully weighed the long-term consequences of that message to West Orange teachers and families, especially now, as our country faces another tidal wave of intolerance and hate? The West Orange curriculum must be a tool against discrimination. Students and families need to feel welcome, safe, and valued. UAV urges you to strengthen the world language program as an active step against racism and discrimination. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica DePauli, and I'm a ninth grader here at West Orange High School, and I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the Chinese program. As a person who's been taking Chinese by choice for 3 years now, I have grown a strong connection and much passion for this language. Over the years, I've set many high goals for myself in this language, and all the passion I have for this language was first built in the Chinese classes in my middle school years. I would probably not be the person I am today without Chinese in my life. And if I did not have it in middle school, I probably wouldn't have even taken it in high school. That is how much this language has impacted me in my life as a whole. Not only is there an emotional connection to this language for me and many other students here at the high school, but there's also academic reasons why this language should stay in all the middle schools. All the experience I received in Chinese classes in my middle school has heavily prepared me for Chinese classes in high school. I would for sure not be doing as good as I am in Chinese classes right now if I did not have any Chinese classes in middle school. All the classes in the high school in Chinese go much faster and need a lot of experience to be able to catch up. If the students in the middle school don't have these classes, they probably won't be able to be doing as good. And then all the students that come to the high school will have to start totally fresh, setting all the students back by about 2 to 1 whole years. If students have to start fresh, then they unfortunately might never be able to achieve the high standards in this school, in their school years, as Chinese is a very unique language that needs much experience and time to perfect. But how can we expect students to achieve if we are taking away part of their much needed Chinese education? If we really care about all the Chinese students and their outcome with Chinese, don't take away the Chinese program in the middle schools if you know what's best for the students. Thank you.
Thank you, Kai and Veronica. That's a very powerful speech. Good evening. My name is Yajing Li. I am a resident at 54 Crestmont Road, and I'm also a Chinese teacher at the high school. In 2007, West Orange started its first Chinese classes in Liberty, Roosevelt, and high school. Since then, the program has grown to include 5 teachers and 14 classes from level 1 to AP Chinese. Over the last 18 years, with the community's support, the Chinese teachers and the administrators have worked very hard to build and expand the program. We connected with a partner school from China and conducted many meaningful cultural and academic exchanges. We promoted the Chinese and Asian cultures in our community for a better understanding of a culture that is very different from ours. This also has given our Asian American students and families a sense of acceptance and belonging. 18 years ago, Chinese was an important and somewhat hip language to have. But today, Chinese language learning is not only important, it is on the top of the list of languages that are deemed by the federal government to be crucial to our national security, economic prosperity, and foreign policies. China boasts the world's second largest economy and the second largest internet. Chinese has become so crucial on the global stage that skilled speakers are now in high demand. Cutting Chinese at the middle school will lead to phasing out the entire Chinese program in a few years. It means that future generations will not have the opportunity to learn and utilize this crucial language. It will sabotage the many opportunities afforded to our students in order to pursue success. The cutting of Chinese program also tells the community that the Asian languages and cultures are not sufficiently valued and not worthy to learn. Please find alternative ways to mend the budget mess than cutting middle school Chinese. Thank you.
Hi, hi, good evening. I'm Jane Gertner, McChesney Court, West Orange. Good evening to the Board of Ed and Superintendent Moore, administrators, and fellow community members. As a former chair of the West Orange Human Relations Commission, I had worked with Dr. David Sayre and the Unity Club here at West Orange High School on programs to enhance diversity, acceptance, and inclusion. I am concerned about the budget, and I ask that no cuts be made to the West Orange Way programs. I am concerned about harassment, intimidation, and bullying. I'm here to urge the Board of Ed to continue the work of West Orange Way, continue to be more transparent in their work and plans to involve the parents and community. In this particular moment in our country, we need to counter the speech that divides our communities. In West Orange, we have the capacity to build on collective action to ensure that students, teachers, staff, and parents are respected. But we need to give them tools to build the beloved community. We understand that students learn by example, and the examples coming from our leaders do not reflect the values of many people in West Orange. I want to ask the Board of Ed and school administration to keep moving forcefully in an anti-racist direction. We want to encourage the school district to work closely with parents in these efforts. It's great to learn how to combat microaggressions and give our parents and students the tools to combat hate speech, but we want more programs and resources for parents and community members. The time to build on these foundations is now. You've started them. It's great. We want them continued. We want to be proactive in creating an inclusive environment. Let's not react when something occurs. And I'm asking also to know how many HIB reports, whether accepted or not, are based on race, and if it's possible to obtain that data. I will be in touch with Mr. Moore's office. Thank you.
Hello. Yikes, I don't really need a mic. My name is Lisa Rodino. I've been employed as a special education teacher in West Orange since 2003. I'm here before you again, but instead of advocating for one child, I'm advocating for approximately 430 at Washington. I taught at Gregory until I voluntarily transferred to Washington in 2019. Washington is where I've been able to thrive as an educator. It's where I pursued a master's degree. I got my ESL certificate and leadership training. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the entire school community. First and foremost, where did all the millions of dollars go? Will there be a forensics accounting? As an employee of this district, every minute of my time is scrutinized and accounted for. My schedule is reviewed by my principal and my supervisors. So now you're telling me that we scrutinize minutes in this district, but not dollars, millions of dollars. There are unique needs at Washington. Our school is home to the most vulnerable students in our school district on a multitude of metrics. Our community relies on us and this Board of Education to make decisions that will safeguard their well-being and their academic futures. The K-3 years lay the groundwork for future learning, emphasizing skills like phonemic awareness, vocabulary development, and early reading abilities. Our ESL, our English language learners, need those years for successful language acquisition. Your suggested cuts will target students during the most vulnerable learning school years. Why? How can we justify cutting sections and maxing out class sizes at a newly designated Title I school? Just 12 months ago, you allocated Title I monies to support our school with resources and a new supervisor, but your proposed cuts will diminish any academic gains we made and ensure non-equitable education for the children at Washington compared to their peers at other schools. In light of our current political climate, we can't even guarantee that we're going to have a Department of Education, let alone Title I funds. What happens to the learning environment at Washington and the other Title I schools if we lose that funding? We're waiting on the Trump administration to make that decision. You should be safeguarding the learning environment at your Title I schools and not proposing cuts that will likely cement the learning challenges and learning loss for our students that they will never recover from. Our families worry about enough. They don't need to worry about overcrowded classrooms and limited school resources. I'm speaking for them. I'm speaking for my parents that don't speak English. I'm speaking for my parents that don't have means to get here tonight. And even worse, I'm speaking for my parents that are afraid to be here because of their immigration status. I am saying that their future, the future of the students at Washington School, are in all of your hands. Do not jeopardize their academic futures. There are hundreds of students at stake. And with 17 seconds, my only concern about the reconfiguration is that Edison will become the 4th Title I school in this district. You're going to funnel 2/3 of the student population at Edison will be kids from Title I schools. Where is the equity in that? And how will those students recover? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marianne Porras for Mountain Way South. I'm a 35-year resident of West Orange, a retired New Jersey educator in linguistics and literature, and an advocate for many, many years of the West Orange school system. I have a question. Why tamper with success? And of course, I'm referring to the Mandarin Chinese program. I have been introduced to it, and I have been amazed by it for many years. It's come to my attention that the Chinese program in the middle school may be eliminated. I want to urge the superintendent and members of the Board of Education to not go through with this plan. I hope it is not a done deal. Without making the case of offering, why we should be studying an Asian language, I'd like to say that the program, as a taxpayer in this community, the program keeps us competitive with other school districts, our neighboring school districts. And I think that that's pretty important. And it helps our students prepare for the reality of the world that they will soon be entering. Why limit our languages? And aren't there distinct benefits in the world that we're living in right now, our geopolitical situation, our global world, of studying a major Asian language and the rigor of studying such a program? It is so necessary that we keep our middle school program intact because it is a feeder program to the high school program. Starting a language in middle school paves the way towards fluency and cross-cultural understanding. Without this, our high school Chinese Mandarin program may be in jeopardy. Let's not tamper with success. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Pease. I'm a parent of a kindergartner and a second grader at Gregory Elementary School. Yes. We have a long education journey ahead of us in this district. And I first wanted to just thank all of you for your service. I know you're going to hear some frustration in my voice tonight, but I also know you're serving our community and you have the best interests of our students at heart. I stand alongside my neighbors from the Gregory School Civic Advocacy Group. It's a new group we formed in the last few days because of our immense frustration over the $11 million budget gap. We're honestly bewildered with how we've even reached this point. So much so that we already have over 55 members in the last few days and growing. There are sign-up sheets around the room, what we will be passing around if you'd like to join our group. Ever since the budget shortfalls were presented at the March 17th board meeting, we have been poring over the publicly available data to understand why the district is in crisis, how red flags weren't raised before March, and exactly what is being cut and where these cuts or how they're being chosen. You'll hear my neighbors urge you to protect the core K-12 instruction and keep class sizes low. I agree with all of that, but tonight I want to focus my comments on transparency and communication. First, I couldn't attend the March 17th meeting in person, but I watched the recording closely and I struggled to follow the details presented at that budget presentation. I had to zoom in on the budget presentation video to even follow the data that was presented because the slides weren't even posted online until after I raised my questions. Even then, the figures didn't reconcile. I shared my detailed questions with Mr. Moore and Ms. Flowers, but I was told the numbers were only for discussion and they were already changing, so my questions weren't even addressed. We still haven't seen the full proposal that was sent to the county. We asked the district to commit to publishing clear, itemized data about what is planned to be cut from the schools and why. We hoped we would get more detail tonight. I actually loved the presentation about the schools, but I did not get any information about the numbers. What is really being saved out of this effort? We really need that detail before the May 5th presentation and vote. Second, Mr. Moore's letter to the district on the 31st stated that the budget shortfall was due to a reduction in state aid. That explains only $1 million of an $11 million shortfall. We need details on the remaining $10 million. The reasons given on the 17th were loosely outlined as teacher salary increases, insurance, and healthcare cost increases. But wouldn't those costs be part of pre-negotiated contracts and therefore foreseeable by this board? If those costs were foreseeable, why wasn't the community warned sooner than March? We deserved more detailed explanation on how we got here and how the situation can be improved in the future. Finally, as you see here tonight, our group is ready to help. We will take our advocacy to the state legislators, to candidates for governor, everywhere we can, but we are looking for more involvement and changes at the board level too. We urge the board to create a standing community budget advisory council of parents, teachers, students, and residents to provide fresh eyes and ensure transparency every budget cycle going forward. We all want the same outcome, stable finances and strong schools. Please give us the information so that we can have a seat at the table to get there. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jill Harris. I live at 9 Ardmore Road, and I've been a resident of West Orange for 12 years. I'm currently have a daughter in kindergarten at Gregory. Whoop. As a parent and taxpayer, I'm deeply concerned about the budget crisis. An $11 million deficit does not happen overnight, and I have so many questions that I share with so many people in this room. I do have for tonight kind of one statement, one call to action, and one question for the board. First, I strongly support, as Emily was mentioning at the tail end of her comments there, the creation of an advisory board for you guys, for our superintendent, business administration, and the board. When you guys are making important decisions, like the ones we're currently facing, we would like to have a voice in that. Parents, staff of the schools, principals, students, we need to be able to have some line of sight to what's going on and give input. You know, these are the people that can make a difference in your budget, and we need to be included in the conversation. As for my question, or perhaps questions, what avenues at this point in time exist to secure additional funding for the district, whether that be from the town or the state or other sources? Are there any options? Because as part of the proposed budget cuts, schools are losing teachers, which apparently they already have started. Did not know that until tonight. However, last year alone, 315 students entered the district, in part due to the new housing developments. And 315 students are enough to comfortably, and I'm going to use comfortably here because of class size as well, comfortably fill an elementary school on their own. How can we justify laying off teachers at a time when they are already desperately needed, and that need is only expected to grow as more of these developments are brought to West Orange? Thank you for your time.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Moore. My name is Cara Picciarelli, and I reside at 16 Westover Terrace. I am speaking tonight as a concerned parent of one, soon to be two students in the district. My son attends Gregory Elementary School, and my daughter will start in our preschool program this coming fall. Like many other here tonight, I am here with the Gregory School Civic Advocacy Group, which we formed in an attempt to bring together community members to better understand the current budget crisis and to advocate for the students of this district. I have 3 urgent questions that demand clear and honest answers. First, how exactly will each school be affected by these staff cuts? We've been told positions are being eliminated, but there has been no breakdown by school, no public explanation of how student learning will be protected. Why has this information not been made available? Second, how does the district plan to maintain equitable educational experiences across all elementary schools when cuts will likely deepen existing inequalities? What specific strategies are in place to prevent certain schools from being disproportionately harmed? And third, before proposing cuts to classroom teachers and staff, did the district fully explore reductions to administrative and central office positions? What evidence can you provide to show that every possible step was taken to protect direct student services first? It is deeply concerning that there has been almost no transparent communication with the school staff who will be directly impacted. Why weren't teachers, counselors, specialists meaningfully consulted during this process? Not a survey, not a one-time question. They are part of the decision. Why were their voices left out of decisions that will directly affect them and their students' lives? This process has lacked the transparency and collaboration our community expects and deserves. I urge you to provide direct, detailed answers, not just broad statements, and to immediately create a real feedback process with the educators on the front lines. Our students, families, and staff deserve better. Thank you.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and community. My name is Shifeng Zhang. I have been living in the 6th Essex Court of West Orange for more than 17 years. I respectfully urge you to reconsider the decision of eliminate the Chinese program at the middle school. All students deserve support, especially those with the ambition to stand on the global stage across East and the West. Students who dream big deserve stronger and earlier support, even starting from elementary school. Cutting the middle school Chinese program is unfair and risks crushing the spirit we should be lifting. West Orange should be a district that raises students higher, not limits their possibilities. Our neighborhood districts shows a different path. As you know, Montclair, Verona, and South Orange, Maplewood all have their Chinese programs since elementary school. Our neighborhood town, Livingston, have since 6th grade, right? So West Orange's recent ranking declines remind us we must reflect, innovate, and grow. Otherwise, there will be more intelligent families with gifted and talented kids move out of the district. I'm one of the few still stay in West Orange in my district. That's one of the problem. It's easier to drop a program than to build one, but true leadership solves challenges creatively. Montville Township preserved their Chinese program after hearing from their community. I was involved, and so can we, West Orange. We are nothing less. When I walked in, I heard an administrator saying, we are brave enough to embrace the change. Yes, we are brave, but not with a shortcut, but with vision. Visionary district choose growth, not retreat. Our vision must be bold and global. Our mission must be to open doors and not close them. Our solution must be creative, not shortcut. Cutting the Chinese program. When I look at the board in the front, says one model, but one model one model without Chinese, one community without Asian culture. That's half, you're missing half the globe of the East. What kind of one community you talk about it? Building continuity. The high school program can grow without root. What kind of academic strengths? And the
Thank you, ma'am.
motivators. Give me hope. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Hendy. I live at 6 Beverly Road. I'm just here to support our amazing teachers. I've had 4 of my son's teachers actually came up and spoke, reminding me how proud I am of them, how eloquently they spoke, and how proud I am of West Orange schools. I sell real estate for a living. I buy and sell homes to people who want to come to West Orange, and one of the things one of the questions that come from families are, how are the schools? And they look at the data, they look at the numbers, and I've always loudly and proudly been able to counter that. Our wonderful programs, the diversity of our programs, the diversity of our staff, the opportunities that we offer kids no matter what economic background they come from, and that the numbers are just a small part of the picture. So now we're here facing cuts to these very precious programs, cuts to our amazing teachers, and that's just unacceptable. There has to be another way. I don't envy your position. I know that you're up against some difficult decisions, and we are a community in crisis, and I'm going to argue we are a nation in crisis, and that we are going to be seeing more cuts coming down from the federal level that will affect the state and inevitably us as a community. So making cuts to teachers seems like it should be the absolute last most step that can. And I also want to say, somebody mentioned it too, West Orange is 1,000 units short of affordable housing. And we keep getting these, I'm going to say it, stupid developments that offer 15, 10, 20, and chip away. So that means that we're not going to be just getting 1,000 new houses. We're probably going to be getting something more like 10 before we even make our obligations. So in the face of this crisis, we need to be future projecting. We need to be looking at what's coming down the pike and planning accordingly. And I can't see in any scenario where cutting teachers makes any kind of sense. And we in the community have our teachers back. And if you communicate with us and let us know what's happening, I can guarantee you that there are going to be many, many more like me who are going to be telling you, please, please do not cut our teachers. We need them. They are essential. I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of the education my son is getting. Please, please, please protect the integrity of the education you're offering our kids. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening. My name is Patty Richardson. I am an 8th grade ELA teacher at Liberty Middle School. And I am here to speak on behalf of course, myself, but as a middle school teacher, I thought it was important that you heard from a middle school teacher. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to speak from my heart because that's what I do best. I have to tell you, I stood here last board meeting and I spoke. And that presentation, we were FTEs, full-time employees. I'm much more than just a full-time employee. I have a name, I have an identity, and I work really hard at my job, as do all of the amazing teachers in this district. Today's presentation, where were the teachers? We talked about what would be best for students, informing the parents, but what about us? We are the ones who are in the trenches. We are the ones who are doing the hard work. Why don't we have a voice? We love, I said this last meeting, we love your children. We love them as if they were our own. And not to even be considered to have a voice in this decision-making process is hurtful and, quite frankly, tragic. We have the hardest job on this earth. I've said this, I don't know how many times. I do not envy your position. I don't. I don't envy the administrator's position. And I have to tell you, this past Friday was horrible. People we love being let go. People who were months away from getting tenure let go, who have given their time, their love, everything to this community being let go. The education process is the most important process in a school community. We need to keep that intact. And I need to say to you two young ladies, thank you. Because out of everything, you were by far the most compassionate in the words that you said to us, your teachers. And we thank you for that. And it does not go unnoticed. So thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Andrew Lamberson, 15 Florence Place. This is my second year teaching special education right here at West Orange High School for social studies. And my oldest will be in kindergarten next year at Gregory. Coming from New York City, we never had to worry about budget concerns teaching, but class size was always an issue. In my 2 years at West Orange, this has now happened twice. I want to thank all of the parents and the students for their support. Organizing with current and future Gregory parents allows us to grow as a community. Your support gets us all on the same page. I don't want to see my daughter learn to read in a class of 26 or more students in kindergarten, just like I don't want to have to teach 30 high school students in one class or upwards of 15 in a language learning disability class. If that's the case, it's no really anything different from where I was coming in Brooklyn. It leads to students falling through the cracks and eventually resenting school. It leads to teacher exhaustion. We want to be the district that people strive towards, or do we want to push out our best teachers and students by budget incompetence? 2 years ago, this happened at Montclair. A $5.5 million budget shortfall later, the board kept keeping everyone in the dark, and when the dust cleared, 31 teachers and 34 paras lost their jobs, and more than 400 high school students walked out in protest. Students and parents, I am not advocating for that, but if you do take my US history class, then you'll know the importance of civil disobedience. Two of my wonderful coworkers in social studies just lost their jobs here, one of which is my co-teacher, who you will be hearing from in a little bit. I'm going to miss my coworkers dearly, but what you cannot put a budget on is how many of our students will not get to say hi to them in the hallways next year. They won't be advised by them at the Rho Kappa Social Studies Honor Society. If this is not fixed, it'll keep happening and we'll lose out on funding and parents will send their kids elsewhere. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily DeSena. I reside at 66 Mitchell Street, and I am a mother to a disabled child in our West Orange School District. My child has been a student in the district for 4 years at Betty Madalena Early Learning Center, Washington, and Gregory Elementary Schools. I'm here to speak today about the importance of fully funding special services, also known as special education, in the budget for this upcoming school year. Any budget cuts to special education will have an inequitable and disproportionate effect on the disabled student body. In a time in history where within the last 100 days, the federal government has defunded and stripped away protections for our disabled children that are guaranteed to them by the ADA Acts, which includes Section 504 and the IDEA. I am asking that our local officials continue to do the right and legal thing by fully funding special education. and not cutting any funds for the upcoming school year. In the long run, not fulfilling an IEP or a 504 plan costs the districts and increased costs in litigation and out-of-district tuition. But I'd also love to share my child's story as an example, an informal case of how successfully funding and hence implementing a student's IEP can save the district money in the long run. My child started in the most restrictive classroom in the disabled preschool program at Betty Madalena, not speaking in two-word sentences, not following a one-step direction, and was behind in many milestones. They needed a one-on-one paraprofessional in order to attend to tasks and navigate the classroom safely. Under the expert instruction and care of the teachers, the OTs, the PTs, the speech therapists, the paraprofessionals, the principal, and the administrators, they were able to move into a contained classroom. And now this year, he is in an inclusion class at Gregory Elementary School without the need of a paraprofessional. I acknowledge not all student trajectories will look like this, even with the exact same supports, but all students are worthy of dignity and respect despite their disabilities. A student's worth is not defined by their intellectual ability or what they can produce. Each student in our district deserves equity. Keep the special education department funded. I work as a controller, and I have found it impossible and incredibly difficult to find any way to give you any recommendation for next year's budget because there's no information. We need the proposed budget cuts to be presented to us in the same detail or more, just like the annual budget that you put online. The only thing I can think to suggest is to look at capital improvements. It's the only line item at the moment that would be appropriate to cut, like an adjusted plan to remediate issues like the HVAC electrical or HVAC installation by adding an additional 2 or 3 years to the timeline as we work out the balance of our budget. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good evening. My name is William Donahoe. I live at 84 Cobain Terrace, and I am also part of the Gregory Committee here tonight. And I just want to say the high schoolers are incredibly impressive, and I hope this school district remains as impressive it is today for my children who are just starting their learning education now at Gregory. I'm going to propose tonight a radical idea that we need to start imagining a better future for West Orange, not planning for worst case scenarios. I know how much time and effort you as the board have been putting in to address this budget, and I recognize that much of what's happening, rising costs, reduced aid, is outside of your direct control. But this year's plan feels like a Band-Aid and not a solution. You don't have to watch much news today to know that there's a growing consensus across the country. The systems we have are not working. And for some people, that means tearing them down. For others, it means reimagining what they could be and doing the hard work to build something better. Either way, change is coming. And that change won't come from trying to salvage an old system. It will come from daring to ask, what kind of school district do we want to become, and not just shuffling middle schools? Then we take concrete steps together to build toward it. Like Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. And as the gentleman behind me right here says, to cause a little bit of good trouble. That starts with real collaboration, and I urge you to publish clear bulleted explainers on what's being cut, why, and what options were considered, and then to create a citizen advisory board that's not just symbolic, but actively engaged in future budget concerns. We want to help. The parents of this community want to help. We just need to be empowered to do so. I can't imagine any of you joined the Board of Education for the power or the praise. I believe you did it because you care deeply for our children, and they are the ones least empowered to speak for themselves. Parents are stretched thin, but we will show up if you give us something meaningful to show up for. The budget outlook next year is unfortunately not any better. The Department of Education, as we know it, may not even exist in its current form a year from now. Should we be preparing to ask for exemptions, for tax exemptions? Should we be building a long-range advocacy plan? The reality is this: West Orange is in a fiscal pressure cooker. We are not rich enough to self-fund and not poor enough to qualify for the support that we need from the state. But for the next few years, we have to get anticipatory, not reactive, and the focus on building a school system that we want to become. Let's start that work together. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Nardini, but you can just call me Nate for short. I am a freshman here at West Orange High, and I've been enjoying it very much. However, I'm very disappointed to hear that Mandarin is getting cut out of middle schools. School, after all, is about preparing us young adults for the professional world. This means interacting with others from various cultures, which includes China. Cutting this program from middle school will certainly only diminish this cause. This is why I'm here today, to bring notice to a petition that I have started, with around 713 signatures last time I checked. This just shows how much this resonates within the community. I've been taking Mandarin ever since the middle school level, and has greatly helped me to understand at least part of the Eastern world. It exposed me to many wonders of the culture, the language itself, the food, to even calligraphy. All these moments, from making my best friend, Alex, to playing ping pong against my fellow peers, has greatly made this class a truly irreplaceable experience, one that cannot be replicated by a simple language learning app. Taking Chinese is so much more than learning a language. It's about learning a culture, one of the biggest in the world. In fact, I myself have taken Duolingo, accumulating nearly a year streak, and has never been as in-depth into the actual meaning behind characters and surrounding culture as the actual class. Additionally, from a statistical standpoint, China's economy is one of the fastest growing economies in the world, and it is imperative that we have workers in the future that will be able to clearly and authentically communicate and work together with them. By removing this from the middle school level, it makes it more difficult for this to happen. Chinese, after all, is the only non-Romance language the district has to offer, meaning that it takes a longer time to become more proficient. By removing Chinese in middle school, it would remove essential time that students would need to learn and progress in the development of that language. In closing, please reconsider your decision to cut Chinese to the middle school level to allow the next generation the same opportunities that I had.
Good evening. My name is Jason Kwok, and I am a junior in West Orange High School. I'm here to talk about the issues of cutting the middle school programs of Chinese Mandarin class. I've been in Chinese program in West Orange School District for about 6 years, starting from 6 to now. As a Chinese student, I want to speak from my heart today about why Chinese should not be cut from our curriculum. Language is more than just words. It's culture, identity, and connection. And when we talk about Chinese, we're talking about the language spoken by over 1.3 billion people, more than any other language in the world. Mandarin Chinese isn't just a foreign language, it's a global language. It's one of the 6 official languages of the United Nations, and it plays a major role in international businesses, politics, and culture. China has the second largest economy in the world, and whether we like it or not, our future leaders, scientists, and entrepreneurs will need to communicate and collaborate across cultures. Learning Chinese opens doors to opportunities, to understanding, and to the future. Cutting Chinese from the curriculum sends the wrong messages. It tells students that some languages and cultures are less valuable than others. For those of us with Chinese heritage, it feels like it's erasing a part of who we are. For others, it means losing the chance to build bridges with one of the oldest and richest civilizations in the world. I know Chinese is challenging, but it's also very rewarding. It teaches patience, discipline, and a whole new way of seeing the world. I've seen classmates grow in confidence and cultural awareness just from taking Chinese for 1 or 2 years. We need more global citizens, not fewer, and cutting Chinese does the opposite. It closes minds instead of opening them. Chinese programs here also give opportunities for students to share their creativity, talents, and skills through dances and singing and performances at the Lunar New Year Gala, which is hosted every year by the Chinese program. Cutting Chinese will give our students less of a chance to show their talents and prevent memories from being made. So I ask, let's not take a step backward. Let's keep Chinese in our schools, not just for students like me, but for the future we all share. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Nicole Ng, a senior here at West Orange High School.
I'm also the president of the Chinese Club and Chinese Art Society and secretary of the Asian Culture Club. As a leader in multiple programs for Asian representation, I am here with the full support of my family and fellow students as a spokesperson to address the budget cuts concerning the Chinese language program. I've taken Chinese every single year it was available in the school district, even opting to take Chinese over AP Computer Science last year when the two classes conflicted. This bears acknowledgement because I will be majoring in computer science in college. It might be surprising to you that even though I look Chinese and my last name is Ing, my family does not speak Mandarin. My father's side speaks a dialect that's closer to Cantonese. My mother's side speaks Korean, but at home we only speak English. All the Mandarin I know was learned from the West Orange Public Schools Chinese program. Just last week, 8 fellow West Orange students and I arrived home from an 8-day trip in China. Now, the experience itself was unforgettable and amazing to say the least. From, of course, the food to the museums that held thousands of years of history, I had so much fun on that trip. My camera roll speaks for itself. But the most important aspect, most impressive aspect about the trip was the challenge it posed to my Chinese comprehension skills, and how it wasn't really a challenge at all. During the trip, given the way I look, most people I dealt with, from airport security to even a Chinese girl on the plane, assumed I was a native Chinese citizen and treated me as such by communicating in Chinese with me. And yet, I was able to respond and hold a genuine conversation with them. I followed security's orders. I switched seats with that Chinese girl because she wanted to sit next to her friend on the flight. This was all made possible through the rigor of the Chinese curriculum. So, to imagine a world where there was no Chinese language taught in our district at the middle school level, it's quite distressing to me. For these 7 years, even through the hard times like 5 years ago when we were forced into a lockdown because of COVID-19. Because of the origin of the virus, the number of hate crimes against Asians and Asian Americans skyrocketed. I, a middle schooler at the time, was even told to go back to where I came from by one of my peers during lunch. And yet, I continued to study the language because it was a way to show my pride for my heritage. Yes, I'm Chinese and I'm proud of where I come from. That was the message I wanted to spread by taking Chinese despite the discrimination I and many other Asian Americans face throughout those tough years, which sadly is still ongoing. And thus, I assert, the removal of the Chinese language from our school district is equivalent to the erasure of Asian representation in our society. Considering Chinese is the only non-Romance language offered in our district and also the only one that's being debated about, this is deeply concerning to me and every single Asian in our town. So, as a soon-to-be graduate of West Orange High, I implore you to think about the lasting consequences this decision will have, not only on the future generation's education, but the message it holds for Asian Americans and our West Orange community that holds diversity in such high regard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hi, my name is Zadie Malik. I am a sophomore at West Orange High School. As a person taking Chinese and as a Chinese person myself, I believe that Chinese shouldn't be cut in the middle schools. Ever since I found out that Chinese was being taught in our school district, I've always wanted to take it. And like that's what I did and I'm doing right now. It's all of my experiences taking Chinese are valuable and I wouldn't want any of it to go to waste. Because I feel seen taking this language. I love this language and this culture. I love the classroom environment. Most of all, I love Li Lao Shi. If we get rid of Chinese in the middle schools, there wouldn't be any students who would want to take it in high school. And like while students taking French, Spanish, and Italian would continue learning the language, Chinese students would start at square one, completely fresh and new. They would be less fluent in a language than their friends would, setting them back by 2 years of language learning. And if I was in these students' shoes that were completely learning a new language in high school, I would feel like I'm not learning it as fast as other people. I would feel like it wouldn't be worth learning, and I would probably end up dropping the class because I just wouldn't feel like I'm worth it. So think about all the students taking Chinese in middle schools now, and people like me that want to take Chinese in the future, like I did. That's why we need to keep this language in the middle schools. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam Lewis, and I'm a senior here at West Orange. I understand that the budget deficits are devastating, but I am an AP Chinese student and vice president of the Chinese Honor Society, and I urge you to reconsider cutting Chinese at the middle school level. I have taken Chinese for the past 7 years, and this program has undoubtedly changed my life and my outlook on the world. While many schools offer Romance languages, being able to learn an Eastern language like Chinese has allowed me to broaden my horizons and fully realize my love for languages. This program inspired me to major in linguistics in college, where I will hopefully be exposed to an even larger variety of languages. Like many people have already stated, the lack of transparency surrounding the budget means that none of us know exactly what's being cut. Cutting Chinese in the middle schools sets a dangerous precedent that could lead to the extermination of this program in its entirety, which would be devastating to all of the students who benefit from it. Chinese, as I'm sure you can imagine, is a very difficult language to learn. Without the benefits of those early years of Chinese education, the program and its students have no way to work towards fluency at the higher levels. Like I said, I'm currently in AP Chinese, and I cannot imagine learning this curriculum without the foundations built by my middle school Chinese education. As we heard from Mr. Plata, April is National Multilingual Learner Advocacy Month. It seems hypocritical to highlight the importance of multilingual education while simultaneously shrinking the Chinese program. Besides just language, the cultural knowledge I have gained from this program is unrivaled. As Nicole mentioned, 8 of my classmates and I got to visit China over spring break. This trip was by far the most memorable experience I've had throughout my high school career, and I would hate to see future students not have the same opportunity to have those experiences. So much of language learning is about being exposed to different cultures, and I've learned more about Chinese culture and history in this program and on this trip, including meeting kids in 2 different schools in China, than I ever would have otherwise. I could list off 100 reasons why you shouldn't cut Chinese, but instead I will just ask a question. Do you want to convey the message that Chinese language and culture are not important to this district, that my classmates and future generations of West Orange students should only learn Western Romance languages? These may not be your intentions, but they will certainly be the results. I would hate to see the school that I've given so much to and love so much disappoint me in such a profound way. I hope you reconsider. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Superintendent Moore and members of the board. My name is Andrew Chin. I am also a senior in the graduating class of 2025. Like many of others you've heard from tonight, I am also here to advocate for to prevent the Chinese program at the middle schools from being cut. This choice will essentially end the Chinese program here in our school district. It is not realistic to expect any student to choose Chinese at the high school while having no exposure at the middle school level. Our district prides itself on its diversity. Yet here we are calling the only non-Romance language, second most spoken language in the entire world. It's a great shame we can no longer offer such a unique and geographically different language to our student body. I take great pride in my Chinese heritage thanks to the programs here. When I was in kindergarten, my mom enrolled me in Saturday Chinese classes, which can't express how much I despised. So for much in my elementary school years, I failed to understand or grasp the importance of my identity as a Chinese person. It wasn't until 6th grade, I'm looking very forward to this, that I will enjoy a foreign language class. It was in Lewin Laoshi, or Miss Lewin's Chinese class, that I began to appreciate the Chinese language and culture. From there, I became more and more involved in my heritage. Now, as an AP Chinese student, I can even understand the conversation between my mother and my grandmother, something that was inconceivable to me many years ago. Now, one does not have to be Chinese to learn Mandarin and appreciate the culture of a civilization over 5,000 years. I understand that learning Chinese as an English speaker is quite a challenge. If it was easy, you would not be learning. In fact, many studies have shown that learning Chinese improves cognitive abilities and enhances memory, which can be very applicable to many other subjects. This is in addition to getting a competitive edge in a growing international job market, especially in technology and business, where Chinese is highly valued. We are a diverse community, and we should always strive to be as inclusive as possible. Continuing to offer Chinese as a foreign language in addition to 3 Romance languages is one way to accomplish this. Perhaps we can save it by having fewer but larger classes, although when not desired is a possibility, but having a choice is better than no choice. I am imploring the board tonight to seriously reconsider the consequences of this proposal while being mindful of the benefits of keeping it before voting tonight. Thank you for your time.
I want to say kudos to all the students that have gotten up tonight. I know that's not easy, so congratulations. That's great, guys. Hello and good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Moore, educators and fellow community members. My name is Shauna Seals, and I am a tax-paying resident of West Orange, and I reside at 12 Gilbert Place. I have 2 children that attend Gregory Elementary School. I am also happily serving as the current PTA president for Gregory School. Although I have attended Board of Education meetings in the past, I've never had such compassion and determination to speak out, show up, and voice myself than I do tonight. I want to take a moment to speak on an issue that deeply concerns our elementary school communities, specifically the absence of an assistant principal due to our current and frankly past budget constraints. I am asking tonight that we don't overlook the human limits in our school, especially those of our principals. Our principal, Ms. Makeda Hewitt, is a steadfast leader for our school. She is not only an administrator, she is a mentor, an excellent problem solver. She works cohesively with our PTA executive board and other parents to provide top-notch events, fundraisers, and fun programs that give back to our entire school community. These programs would not happen without her unwavering support. All of that being said, no one, no matter how dedicated they are, can do it all alone, but she excels in her efforts. Some questions I have for you tonight are, does central office meet with elementary school principals and act as a liaison for their needs? How many support staff members do the middle schools have in relation to the elementary schools? What about administrative assistants, school counselors, child study teams, in addition to the assistant principals that they already have on the middle school level? Managing an entire school, overseeing staff, handling student issues, maintaining safety, supporting academics, and building relationships with families requires more than one person. Considering the current demands of all of our elementary school principals, we cannot forget the impact of the proposed budget cuts and its toll it will take on their lives. As this does not just affect administrative functions, they impact every layer of our school's success. I respectfully ask that in your deliberations, you consider not just their numbers, but the people behind them, the leaders who make a measurable difference in the day-to-day lives of our students and teachers. For without, we risk burnout, missed opportunities for engagement, and slower responses to the everyday issues that can make a big difference in our school culture. I urge you, as you navigate these hard budget decisions, to prioritize leadership support where it's needed most. Our school, our students, and our staff deserve a team, not just one person trying to carry the weight of it all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name is John Kelly. I live at 4 Gilbert Place. And as of last Friday, I was a tenure track social studies teacher here at West Orange High School. The Jesuits taught me that the most important thing a person can do is use whatever talents they have to make their local community a better place. This simple lesson is something that I have tried to live by. So in 2022, when I was teaching in Newark and saw an opening here at the high school, I leapt at the opportunity to enmesh myself deeper into my own local community. In the interest of time, I'll simply say that teaching at West Orange High School has been the great joy of my professional life. The colleagues who quickly became friends, the students who keep me on my toes day in and day out, will forever be sources of joy, and I'll hold them always with deep appreciation and fondness. Thus, it is a bruising sadness that my position here has been terminated. I will not waste time bemoaning my personal station, but I want the public record to forever reflect my appreciation for the educators in this room and throughout this district. I'd like to address the board now as a taxpayer in the district. There is no problem in a child's life that will be made better by cutting education funds. We say that we are for the students, and this community will not forget that we say this. Yet the actions of this board work against this principle. This board repeatedly makes claims of protecting the taxpayer and easing the burden on the taxpayer. Respectfully, the plight of the individual taxpayer should not be the overriding concern of this board. To that end, claiming to defend the concerns of the taxpayers while slashing the services for their children is a cynical attempt to veil the indefensible in respectability. A plan that raises taxes while taking a blowtorch to public education cannot sustain. While I will no longer be a member of this learning community, I want the board to know that I will continue to stand with my union brothers and sisters as they fight for a fair contract that honors their daily work. Again, I want to express my gratitude for the work that the educators of this district take so seriously and perform with such grace.
Good evening. My name is James Stuckey. I live at 549 Mount Pleasant. I have two daughters, one in Edison and one in Mount Pleasant. And I just have a few questions. You spoke about specific current data that suggests that the Central 6 model isn't working. I'm curious, what is that specific data that suggests it? Is that financially or academically? The proposed cuts seem more financially and politically targeted, with our students being an afterthought and without sufficient oversight. I moved to West Orange a year ago because of the diversity and the strength of the schools. I'm concerned that we're needlessly attacking a perceived outside culture because of federal leadership. Let's remember that community and communication start with the same base word. Let's work together. I urge you to reconsider your cuts to the Mandarin program and increase communication to the community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Goodman. I am a West Orange resident, parent of 3 children who are West Orange graduates, and a paraprofessional at Washington School for 25 years. And as Mr. Moore has described me on occasion, I am a fierce when necessary, and tonight I intend to be exactly that. This past Friday, Senator John McKeon visited Washington School to speak with our 4th and 5th grade students on the workings of our government. Our 4th grade non-tenured social studies teacher, who is one of the victims of the budget cuts, worked with their students to prepare their questions. The students filed into our gym, index cards in hand, waiting for the press conference to begin. Senator McKeon was wonderful, darting to every student who raised their hand with a question. He was so impressed with our students that he extended the invitation to spend the day with him in Trenton, acting as their tour guide and treating them to lunch. An exciting prospect for any student, but especially at a Title I school where families struggle to live day to day. Sadly, Ms. DeMayo informed Senator McKeon it was not possible. The board, due to our budget crisis, put a stop to all school trips. Senator McKeon's face changed from a smile to a frown in an instant. This instance only documents one of the many losses now projected by the budget crisis in West Orange. And for our Washington school population, the crisis leaves an even greater impact than the loss of a field trip. Here at Washington, there is the loss of a class at almost every grade level. Has the board ever looked at their own policies? Board Policy 6220 states under budget preparation priorities that there be, quote, staffing adequate to sustain the current instructional program. As a Title I school, the New Jersey Administrative Code 6A13-3.1 imposes explicit restrictions on class size. Grade K through 3, 21 students, and grades 4 through 5, 23 students. For student and staff success, it is vital that these limits are adhered to. The district and its employees have legal and financial responsibilities to comply with the law. The reduction of both staffing and classes at Washington, a Title I school fully promoted by Ms. Menendez as a boon for these children last year, is now out of compliance. As the budget crisis loomed, was no one looking at the bigger picture and its impact on our students, which, as board policy states, the students are its first priority when preparing the budget. I suggest the board take a long, hard look at both the administration and the financial planning to discover how the district arrived at this $11 million deficit. I'd also suggest that we find a way out of this very big hole that we're in, where the children are the least affected, especially those at a Title I school. I strongly recommend that the board initiate a forensic accounting of its books. Thank you.
All right, before I start, I just want to give a hand to all the students in the room here. And Nate, you still owe me a book report. My name is Jay Weck. My West Orange address for the past 30 years, half my life is Roosevelt Middle School. So yes, that means I've been around the block. Oh, it was a very different time 30 years ago. There were just two middle schools and they were both 6, 7, 8. With just two middle schools, we had a system that helped divide the town. It was something we all had to contend with. Then in 2005, Edison became a Central 6, Roosevelt a 7-8, and the new school, Liberty, was a 7-8 as well. That helped a lot to resolve the problem that divided the town, and everything seemed a lot more fair. It seemed that way because it was. I've spent the last 20 years teaching at a 7-8 school. In that time, there was never any discussion about how much better it was when we were 6, 7, 8. That's because 6, 7, 8 isn't better than 7, 8 when it comes to the kids learning. The schools were both 6, 7, 8 solely to make room for our elementary schools. The point here is that this unpopular plan to reconfigure the buildings doesn't have to do with the kids learning or about test scores going up. And I assure you, if it costs less money to bus kids to our present configuration than to a new one, there'd be no talk about this at all. Bottom line, unintended, reconfiguring the schools only has to do with money. It doesn't have to do with improving the education of our kids because it doesn't improve their educational life anyway. And it doesn't improve things for the teachers as well. You know what also doesn't improve things for the teachers? Having less of them. What that does mean, however, is larger class sizes. Larger class sizes mean more classroom management problems, which means that every child has their education compromised. I thought everyone's goal was to make public schools better. Here's another bit of wisdom from old man Wecht. My first year, I was the baseball coach. My second year, I wasn't. Why was that? Middle school sports had been cut because in 1996, our budget didn't pass. Your plan to cut sports in the middle schools is going to save a lot of money, but it's also going to create some serious problems if there isn't someplace else for these kids to go. Back in 1996, weeknights, we had 200 kids in a West Orange park after school with nothing to do. How does that sound to you? Maybe we should ask the residents who live by the park or our friends in the police department. Last month, I sent you a solution to this problem with another dozen suggestions that would save money and keep the cuts outside the classroom, but I have no idea if these ideas were ever considered. My speech last month was all about how the children come first. This speech, well, it isn't very different. Many of you in front of me have a background in education. You've all been around the block. Please remember, those that fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. All I'm saying is let's learn from the past and make the future brighter for the children of West Orange. Thank you.
Adam Kramer, 20 Moran Road, West Orange, New Jersey. I'm here to offer some solutions to our fiscal and educational problems, some of which will be popular, some of which will be wildly unpopular. My first fiscal suggestion is sell 179 Eagle Rock Avenue, buy a bunch of double wides, park all the administrators on the field in front of Redwood. It would save a fortune and it would remind everybody that all the administrators are less important than the children that they'll be watching going by their windows. That's the first suggestion. Second is we should avoid layoffs. I love our teachers. They're good people, but they've been lied to. They've been told that they can have salaries that are disparately higher than other districts and a healthcare plan that's more expensive than others without economic consequences. I'm sorry, that's not true. Part of the solution to keeping 20 staff members may be that you have to give up on being in the plan you're in now and accept the state plan. It's the economics. It's sad. I don't like to see it, but it may have to be part of the solution. The other thing is we really need to save language programs. We need to expand them. There should be other languages besides Mandarin. World language is important in this day and age. It should be expanded, not cut. Also, parents, we need to preserve the extracurricular activities and the strong academic programs and staff. And part of that solution is you may have to make some sacrifices on busing. Some of you who live very close to school may have to walk. Some of you who enjoy an extra special taxpayer finance part thing called after-school busing for curriculum may have to make other arrangements. I think this is doable. I think we can have great schools, and I think we can be fair to the taxpayer, but we have to be creative and not cut from the classroom and cut programs that matter. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Molly Eisen. I'm a teacher at, I'm not anything yet. I'm a teacher at Edison West Orange resident and future West Orange parent as well. And I want to talk about the word thoughtful. So I'm a language arts teacher, and every once in a while with my students, we stop and talk about a word. And quite recently, the word was thoughtful. Now, if any of you have spent time with sixth graders, sometimes we need a reminder of what that word means. So I had asked my kids, what does thoughtful mean to you? And we got, don't shove each other's stuff in each other's lockers, watch where we're going, don't try to fit 20 people into the bathroom at once. And I said, okay, yes, that's true, but really, what does it mean? And one of my students said, it's about caring about one another. It's about making decisions and not just thinking about yourself or what's easy. And I feel like that's really important to remind everyone tonight. The teachers at Edison Middle School are devastated to be losing our Central Sixth School. We have something very special there, and we're very nervous about what's coming. We know our fantastic administrator is going to get us through it, but we're incredibly disheartened that everything seems to be last minute. It doesn't sound very thoughtful at all. We're also very disappointed by your lack of transparency with the budget. People are worried about their jobs. People don't know what's coming next year. We're worried about our students. The way you've been acting is not thoughtful at all. You may say it is, but actions speak louder than words. And what kind of message are you sending to the community and to our students? We teach them to be thoughtful. It's really disappointing when those in charge don't act like it.
Lisa Tuzo, a lifelong member of this community, a proud teacher at Liberty and Roosevelt Middle School, and a witness to all the changes that Hayden outlined in the presentation. I wasn't going to get up to speak. However, the presentation discussed a smooth transition from a Central 6 and 7-8 school to a 6, 7, and 8 school. Due to the lack of budget transparency, I'm not so sure. The West Orange Education Association Middle School Committee reached out to administration to share our concerns and ask if we could help in any way. We were told, no, thank you. We are dedicated professionals who want to do what's best for our students. How can we, when teachers have not been asked for their input, for their participation in the process? Our students deserve better, and this does not help our morale, which has been the lowest it has been in many, many, many years. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board, superintendent, and my fellow community members. My name is Makita, and I'm a proud West Orange parent of 2 kids enrolled in the district, a member of the Gregory School PTA board, where I serve as membership chair, and an active participant in our community as a Girl Scout troop leader. In my professional work, I focus on the critical intersections between housing, education, and equity, and specifically how the health of one system impacts outcomes across the others. Thinking about outcomes and related indicators is not theoretical for me, it's my daily work and deeply informs my concerns tonight. I see this current budget issue not just as a school district challenge, but as an interconnected issue with long term rippling effects for the entire town of West Orange, for our families, our economic development, our sense of community, and collaborative stakeholders. Our district faces a significant challenge 9.1 or 11 million, not clear which number we're working with, but of a budget deficit. And I am standing here because I am deeply concerned about how we will maintain the integrity of our district and ensure that our children's education remains rigorous, equitable, and future ready. With that, I respectfully raise several important questions. How can we continue to build real transparency into this process and truly partner together? It is far more productive and, frankly, more feasible for our energy as parents, advocates, teachers, and community members to be directed towards supporting our district and our children's education rather than feeling like we are constantly fighting the board. I understand that this budget crisis did not begin with your tenure as superintendent and is a result of larger a larger system failure. So I ask, how can you intentionally integrate the parent population into this process, not just to inform us, but to empower us so that we can advocate on behalf of our schools and children? We are here because we care and we want to be mobilized and not sidelined. We also recognize that this is not an isolated issue. School districts across the country are grappling with post COVID funding gaps as federal relief dollars dry up. Further, feeling the impacts of an about face of the federal support of public schools. Now more than ever, we need to shore up our local our local government needs to shore up our schools. That said, how have we crowdsourced solutions? What conversations have been opened, not just internally, but externally, to be informed and learn from others? Even more critically, what is the district's long term strategy to prevent this kind of crisis from repeating itself next year and beyond? And when I speak of crisis, I'm not only speaking about the budget shortfall, I'm speaking equally about the crisis of miscommunication that has eroded trust. Finally, I want to offer that I know this is not a new idea, that the board should consider forming a citizen advocacy committee dedicated to this budget issue and broader fiscal planning. A well-structured advisory committee could serve as a bridge between the board and community, helping to brainstorm community-backed alternatives and ensuring ongoing transparency. Transparency is not just an expectation
Thank
I
you.
hold. I have one more sentence. Transparency is not just an expectation I hold for the Board of Education. It is the standard I believe should exist across our town government and within every structure that serves our families, from town hall to our PTAs. Thank you.
My name is Safi Nagasi. I'm a senior at West Orange High School. I shook your hands myself and I have a few comments to make. I can only tell you about what I know about tonight. So I'm going to tell you about how and why you have made me very afraid with these new announcements from the board. My classmates are in the audience today, and they can testify that for every AP Calculus BC, there was an honor Spanish, or for every AP Physics, a music theory, there was an orchestra or a chess. These programs were opportunities for me to grow into myself. They made me who I am. And these opportunities comprise academic excellence. Recognize it. What these opportunities are for each student vary. And I can't tell you what it takes for one student to become the best version of themselves. What is an essential at the end of the day? I know we're struggling as a community, as a nation. Who is going to pay the cost of that struggle? Is it going to be our children? Is it going to be the people who are on the front lines to protect those children? What are you as the board telling us that you're prepared to sacrifice? I'm happy that I was the first to break some kind of record for West Orange. Am I going to be the last? I'm here. You told me that you had pride in me, in my accomplishments. And I would like to be proud of this town and what we can do moving forward. I ask you these difficult questions today, not because they're short answers, but because I believe you are capable and willing to try and solve them for our sake. I'm not asking for anything special. Whatever you plan to do moving forward, good luck.
Not gonna lie, it's kind of hard to follow up with that. Um, so good evening, board members, Superintendent Moore, and members of the West Orange community. I mean, I've been here last time. My name is Anna Samanamu, and I reside at 66 Cherry Street. I am a current West Orange paraprofessional, and first, I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into confronting the challenges before us. Balancing the budget gap while preserving student services is no easy task. I believe we share all a common goal to make decisions that are both fiscally responsible and truly student-centered. And by the way, my class was the first Central 6 class, and I think we turned out all right. So I know you'd like that. As we move forward, however, we must ensure that transparency, accountability, and community engagement are at the heart of every decision that you make. Fiscal responsibility isn't just about cutting costs, it's about making informed, honest decisions that do not compromise the quality of education our students deserve. The community deserves clarity. How were savings projections calculated? What are the risks if those assumptions don't hold? And what safeguards will protect our students if services are affected? Equally important is understanding what we are cutting and at what long-term cost. For example, cutting the Mandarin language program, for me, is a mistake. Mandarin is the most spoken language in the world, critical for business, for technology, and for diplomacy. Eliminating this program limits our students' global competitiveness and future opportunities. A student-centered district would protect programs such as Mandarin that give our students an edge in the 21st century. We must also demand accountability for real outcomes and not just intentions. If these changes led to larger class sizes or fewer course offerings or greater strain on staff, I feel the board must act quickly to address the consequences and not wait until the damage is done. The taxpayers and families of West Orange have always supported our schools and with their time, votes, and trust. Now, that trust must be earned, especially during these tough times. Transparency, accountability, and partnership are not optional. They are essential for a successful school system. Our students are watching. Let's show them what leadership is and what it means to have that honesty, that courage, that respect in every voice in every community. Also, I want to give 2 shout outs to Mr. Hush for being the best vice principal when I was at Roosevelt. And also shout out to Miss Yu from Roosevelt and Liberty, the times that I have subbed for her. I was always impressed by how much her students appreciated
ma'am.
the Mandarin culture and the language. Thank you.
All right, this is intimidating. So hi, my name is Kelly. I have 2 daughters in the West Orange School District, an 8th grader at Liberty and a 4th grader at Mount Pleasant. I was actually not planning on speaking today. I came to gather some information and then take the findings home, but seeing all of these students who are still here sitting through an hours-long meeting after sitting in the same school for 7 hours of their day to vocalize the impact that this Mandarin program has had on them has, given me the incentive to speak up. So obviously today I'm here to advocate for the continued offering of the Mandarin language classes within our district. Every student and former student has had that teacher who has made some sort of forever impact in their lives. For the last 3 years, my older daughter has had the absolute pleasure of having Mr. McGurran be that teacher for her. She started Mandarin in 6th grade, and she and her friends have just developed this passion for the language and the culture. Mr. McGurran has fostered a culture of learning and curiosity and inclusion and just this hunger to know more, to do more, and to immerse themselves in this language and in the culture. He's gotten them excited about their future at the high school and beyond with the opportunities that they would face in the Mandarin program. And he's just given them this passion, for the language and learning about everything. He's a teacher who's impacting their lives, and it's all through the Mandarin program that started in 6th grade. They were excited to take this through high school and beyond into AP, and now they're facing the reality that this may not happen. The future of AP is certainly not happening as of right now, and this is also something that we are learning from our children instead of from the board, which is also a concern. But I would implore you to try and look for cuts that do not impact the students so significantly. I mean, there are dozens of students here vocalizing how important and how vital this is in their high school career. Most of these students have spoken up already about the societal impact of having Mandarin be an offering in the future. I will let that all speak for itself. But I would like to highlight some of the opportunities and offerings for the Mandarin program that students can take advantage of that maybe are not available for some of the Romance languages, which are offered everywhere, right? So there's that discernment to start. The government offers various scholarships and programs aimed at high school students and graduates, including the National Security Language Initiative for Youth, NSLIY, to provide scholarships for students to study Mandarin in immersive environments. And there's also the Critical Language Scholarship, the CLS, to offer funding for undergraduate and graduate students to learn about Mandarin abroad. There are also programs for postgraduate and career placement opportunities within the government and in contracted positions. I'm out of time, so I think I've gotten my points across, but I implore you to please consider something that is not so impactful on our kids.
I'm Julie. I have children at Roosevelt and at Gregory. I would first like to thank the students who are here today and who spoke earlier. Their passion is impressive. And as someone who works in the STEM field, I cannot overstate the value of East Asian language and culture in the business and STEM world. We've heard tonight that the new middle school model was both developed over time, but also rushed. And it's concerning on both ends. If it was being developed over time, why is it being dropped on the community, and in particular, the students and teachers who are losing their jobs barely 6 months out? Just 2 years ago, the virtues of the Central Sixth model were extolled upon all parents in the district with graduating 5th graders. What has actually changed academically, educationally in the last 2 years? Maybe there is something, but it has not been explained to the community. And it sounds like not necessarily to the educators in the room either. Looking specifically at who's going to be impacted in the classrooms. First of all, teachers losing their jobs. We have not heard anything about the impact on class size through the remodeled middle schools, let alone also elementary schools. And let's talk about specifically the rising 8th graders. These are the children who are in 7th grade who just switched from elementary school to Central 6th Edison to Roosevelt and Liberty, thinking they are acclimating and going to be there for 2 years. Now, a segment of those students are going to be reshuffled, and even the students who are staying within the Roosevelt and Liberty schools are still going to have their world turned upside down. And let's think about who these children are. They were in 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade during the height of the pandemic. These children have endured more upheaval in their educational lives before high school than many of us have in our entire educational journeys. And in particular on that point, many steps taken by previous boards and previous administrations were done very hastily during the pandemic, which these children are still suffering the consequences of academically, social emotional learning, all of the core things that happen in elementary school that they missed out on, which is not the fault of the current board, but I've not heard anyone mention this issue and take into account the actual student population who's being affected. Lastly, it's been said before, there's $9 or $11 million deficit here. This entire remodeling and reimagination that's being thrown together is saving $1 million, and you're firing people. I think there's been a lot said on this tonight, but I hope that more consideration is given and more communication is provided.
My name is Larry Weintraub. I live at 76 Cobain Terrace. I have a son in 9th grade and another son in private school in 6th grade. And I want to say that I'm saddened by this entire situation here. It really, really unfortunately, and I know all of you are here to serve our students in our community, but this really feels like a failure of leadership. This money didn't disappear overnight. This had to have been seen coming for some time. The state aid reduction is only $1 million. There's another 8, 9, 10 million dollars that we're missing. And so where is the communication to get the community to partner with whatever we need to do to keep the schools where they are, and to really know that the values of West Orange and our high quality education can be maintained. This is a time where everyone is outraged. And, you know, an hour ago, I was sitting there feeling outraged. And I still am. But we're much better off if we can work through these kinds of things as a community together. The Gregory group is here. That's a great, fantastic group and partnership. But here we're hearing about this transition from the Central 6th to a 6th, 7th, 8th model. You know, we first heard about it as a community 28 days ago. And famously, zombie outbreaks take longer than that to develop. I emailed each of you after the letter from Superintendent, and I didn't get a response. But Edison was a fantastic and wonderful and beautiful journey for my son when he started middle school. In particular, I want to call out Miss Eisen, who was a godsend for him. But also knowing that he was in a place where, you know, they were all in 6th grade and the teachers were in a tight team that knew all his challenges throughout, and they met regularly. And you can't replicate that if teachers are teaching across grades in a 6th, 7th, 8th environment. And I was so thankful that he had that experience. And I mean, it seems like this is done. And in 28 days, there's no opportunity for me to share that story and feel like it can have an impact for you. And I'm really saddened by that. And so I really would like to see how we can all work together as a community, together to solve these problems. They won't solve themselves, and things need to be done.
Thank you, sir. Your time has expired.
So, you know, I really just want to offer that and hope we can have that.
Good evening, Superintendent Moore, board members, and members of the fellow community. My name is Julia Yang, and I've been a proud West Orange resident for 12 years. I have 2 children at Redwood Elementary, a kindergartner, and a 4th grader. The Mandarin program, along with celebrations like the Chinese New Year Gala at West Orange High School, has given my children a strong sense of belonging, even though the Asian population in West Orange remains relatively small. West Orange has a special place in our hearts because different from neighboring towns where the Chinese New Year Gala is mostly celebrated by residents of Chinese descent. In West Orange, it's celebrated by everyone, regardless of your cultural background. Thanks to the hardworking teachers and students at our strong Mandarin program. This is beautiful, but we're taking it away. Mandarin is the most spoken language in the world, but it is also extremely hard to master without early exposure. Eliminating the program at the middle school level would deeply impact families like mine, forcing us to seek alternatives or even consider leaving West Orange, as well as families unlike mine, because this decision would further diminish the Asian population in our community, leaving the current students of non-Chinese descent without any native speakers to engage with. Please preserve this vital program to the benefit of all our students and the futures of our diverse community. If a world language program must be cut, I urge the district to commit to forming a committee of parents, teachers, students, and community members to ensure any final decision is fair and transparent. Thank you.
Good evening, all. I am Oceana George. I live at 45 Thorn Terrace. I have 2 kids presently in the district, a junior and a 7th grader at Liberty Middle School. I'm kindly asking that courts in Chinese in the middle school should not be considered. I was born and raised in Sierra Leone in West Africa. My school was an all-Catholic girls' school. French was compulsory, and we also had arts and sports, just like West Orange. With my French from school, I was able to translate for my family when we went to live in a foreign country due to unrest in my country. My younger daughter, unlike her siblings who have been able to do French, has chosen to do Chinese and wants to be able to communicate in Chinese, as she wants to be able to stand, as she calls it, shoulder to shoulder with other fashion designers. West Orange, do not kill this young girl's dream. Concerning special education, please give our children the help they need. Give them the opportunity and see them thrive. My son has been able to thrive because of the support he has received over the years, and he has been able to enter into different programs in the West Orange School District. Please do not cut the special education program. I'm grateful to the paraprofessionals and the special education program. Please, I'm appealing again, do not cut the Chinese program, and please do not consider touching the special needs program. Thank you.
Hi, Danielle Carr, live at 27 Silver Spring Road. I am a parent at Gregory Elementary. I'm also a member of the PTA, as well as a Girl Scout troop leader for both kids at Gregory and Redwood. I have the unique opportunity to see inside these schools and work with teachers and administrators in many ways. And I love the support that my daughter has received and the community that we are building. And I'm beyond impressed with the students that I've heard tonight, showcasing really truly the power of our schools. And while I understand you have all been in a difficult situation, I am saddened both as a parent and a taxpayer that this lack of transparency and partnership around the budget process and reconciliation of the deficit. This could have been an opportunity to bring the community together to find a better way forward, one that does not sacrifice our children and their education. We are still recovering from the disruption to our education caused by COVID-19, as reflected in both our test scores as well as student outcomes. Across the nation and here in West Orange, we are facing a complete educational crisis. Our teachers who bore so much during the pandemic and had so much on their shoulders deserved to be consulted throughout this process, yet it seems their voices have not even been they're largely absent from these critical discussions. I moved to West Orange a few years ago and previously lived in another suburban district where the Board of Education approached budget challenges quite differently. There, the Board of Ed shared line-by-line budgets on a biweekly basis, held open community forums with detailed presentations, brought in multiple people throughout the administration, and engaged taxpayers, parents, and teachers collaboratively. Even amid discussions of drastic measures like closing a school and cutting preschool programs, financial realities were addressed head on, but with transparency, respect, and a true partnership with the community. In contrast, decisions here affecting thousands of families have been made largely behind closed doors, eroding trust at a time when trust is desperately needed. It's also disappointing that, despite so many thoughtful questions and speakers at tonight's meeting, past meetings, as well as via email, we have yet to hear any direct responses from the board members. Therefore, we respectfully ask that you move forward with building actual transparency and trust with this community, develop and partner with a citizen advisory committee like the citizen advocacy group mentioned earlier by my fellow parents, and prioritizing future forward thinking over temporary short-term solutions. We're here, we care deeply, and we want to make a difference. Just let us. Thank you.
Mira Franowitz, 28 Ridgeview Avenue. Cutting teachers due to a budget deficit has significant implications for students and our West Orange education system. While it can offer short-term budget relief, it does nothing for the larger systemic issues. It leads to larger class sizes, which will impact student outcomes and teacher morale. Larger class sizes make it harder for teachers to provide individualized attention, potentially hindering student learning and development. It strains classroom management, which is the first and foremost need of any class that hopes to provide student growth. And this is further complicated by the fact that our elementary schools have only one administrator, even though some of our schools, such as Gregory, have student populations similar to that of our middle schools. Furthermore, it negatively impacts teacher morale and leads to experienced teachers leaving the profession, further straining resources. New teachers require extensive mentorship and training, which is fair. We all need a chance to learn and grow to become great teachers, but who will they learn from when all the experienced teachers leave for greener pastures? Yes, fewer teachers will reduce the cost of the district and salaries, but the actual cost to the district is far greater than what is saved. Speaking of which, we have been sent a survey to help seek additional funding opportunities, something desperately needed. Federal, state, private donations. A survey was sent to the community and to staff members, but we have yet to see anything of it. I am wondering, I am asking for you to show us the compiled data that I am sure has been done. Education is all about data. I'd like to see what you've taken into consideration as well as which of the suggestions are being implemented. This is a community of highly intelligent people, as which you all know as you are a part of. If we have full transparency to a problem, while we may not know all the intricacies of the educational system budgeting, we do understand how to save money and how to seek alternative revenue sources. When full transparency is given, problem solving can happen. We have a community back here willing to work for you. Cutting teachers should be a last resort, and as we haven't seen any of the considerations you've made, it certainly appears, sadly, that it was instead a first choice.
Alex Harris, 67 Burnett Terrace. I have, well, 2 children at Gregory, second grade, kindergarten, and I have a 10-month-old who I hope will be at Gregory. And I have to say, it was a tease to see these amazing kids get up here and have this amazing presentation about this language program that my kids might never be able to be a part of. And I just want to say, Mr. Moore, specifically to you, I am someone who's called your office quite a bit, and I told you once that I am a fierce tiger And I can either be a tiger against you or a friend, and I'm here as a friend to you and to the board. I don't want to be against you. I want to be for you. And I want to advocate for this parent group that we're talking about. Here in this community, we have people who are titans of industry, who are incredibly smart, not to take away from any of your accomplishments, but we are in the midst of a really, really messy situation for education. I'm a strategist at Google. We have people here who represent all different industries. I think it is time for us to put our heads together and think about ways that we can really put our students first. When I hear, thank you, when I hear that the middle school teachers didn't even know about this plan until today, that really worries me. So what I do for work is change management. I would love to help put my 2 cents and my hat in for change management and offer budget, leadership, and all the things that I do at work every day. And I'm sure that people could bring their expertise to bear. I think that instead of kind of pushing us away and keeping us in the dark, bring us in, allow us to be part of the story and solution, and the teachers as well. This is the time, and I'm really, really begging y'all to just put egos aside. This is the time that you really need to turn to your community, where we have people here who are leaders and who've been doing this for a long time. Please, this is the time that we need to lean on each other. Seriously, let's not fight each other. Let's come together, because I really want my children to be in this community for a long time. And the thing that I've said to you, Mr. Moore, is I want to give my time and talents to this community. I want to pour my time and talents into this community. I don't want to move. Don't make me be against you. Let me be for you. Okay. All right. I don't want to be against you. All right.
Hi, Kevin Brady. I live on 60 Wellington Avenue, and I'm a Hazel Edison Roosevelt parent and soon to be a high school parent. I wasn't going to comment tonight, but frankly, I'm pretty upset. I'm upset that we had little to no information. I'm upset that our Board of Education doesn't ask more of the community to avoid these cuts. The community has a lot of great and smart people. I heard a controller speak up before, the person who just spoke before me. There's a lot of talented people in town that have spoken tonight, and there's many more who probably couldn't speak or didn't want to speak, or maybe they just didn't want to stand up and speak. But there's a lot of people in town that can offer input. I'm upset that the members of the community complain about paying taxes constantly. I think a lot of those same people then complain about cuts that are being made. Those cuts are often the result of an expectation from our elected officials that that's what people will want, to cut taxes or keep taxes level. So I honestly don't always blame the elected officials for taking that approach, because it's what's loud and audible on Facebook, on town council meetings, Board of Ed meetings. So I think a lot of people here tonight probably also assume that there's a lot of waste that could easily be identified and cut, or they think that there's positions that aren't needed. It's not uncommon for people to discuss imaginary spending cuts that don't exist. I'm disappointed that our community frequently opposes new revenue for the broader community, or things that would spread the tax base across more people in town. I'm disappointed that the town's children will be let down by these cuts, especially the kids who experienced inadequate education in 2020, 2021, and 2022, and now will suffer more. I have 3 kids in the West Orange Public Schools. They've had mostly a fantastic experience with some bumps along the way for some of them, but with great administrators and great teachers, they made it past those and are thriving now. My oldest will be entering 9th, my second's in 8th, and my youngest would have been going to Edison, but now won't. That's hugely disappointing to me. I don't have any ideas to propose right now, at least partly because I had little information coming into this. But I implore people to wake up and stop cutting our services for our future. Frankly, I think it's lazy leadership, and as harsh as that might sound, cuts we make today will only cost us in so many ways for years to come.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Virginia Soler. Tengo una niña en Washington School y otro senior en la high school. My English is bad. My name is Virginia Soler. I have a girl in third grade in Washington School and the one senior in the high school. I have questions and I need the answers. The first one, ¿por qué la información es limitada? Why the information is limited? ¿Por qué no hay opciones y los más afectados son los maestros y los niños? Why are there no options and the most affected are the teacher and the student? ¿Por qué esta generación no va a tener las mismas oportunidades que los que se gradúan este año? Why this generation, they not have the same opportunity as the student graduate this year? Hablan de igualdad e integración. Con los de la Edison no va a haber ninguna de las dos. You talk about equality and integration, but where the Edison, whether you make the Edison, you lost the ball. And the last question is, ¿cuántos de ustedes en esta mesa van a perder su empleo? How many are you this table lost the show? Thank you.
Good evening, board. I'm Bill Rutherford. Know each of you, with the exception of our newest board member, fairly well. Want to speak as the proud parent of 3 daughters in the school district, 2 of whom have already graduated. My first was part of the special needs community. My oldest daughter, she had an IEP her entire career here. And because of the work that was done in that department in particular, that young lady got a scholarship to college and graduated with honors and is now beginning her teaching career. My second child is studying abroad this semester, again, both publicly educated right here in West Orange. And she has visited 7 countries just this year alone. Those opportunities were created by an outstanding education they got here in the West Orange district. And some of the cuts that you are considering, while they will not affect those 2, they will affect their younger sister, who is now at Liberty. So I want to just echo a couple of things and share a few thoughts with you in the minute and 50 seconds I have left. First, please do everything you can not to cut anything in special needs. I believe quite a while ago, the special needs component of our educational system was expanded. And when that expansion happened, we found ourselves saving over $1 million a year because we were able to bring back students that were being educated out of district and educate them here. So if we want to make this budget work, we can do it in a couple of ways, not just by cutting staff, but by also cutting some of our expenses. To that extent, I'd also like us to consider working with the municipal government on a townwide solar project. That had been proposed. Mr. Moore, superintendent, and outstanding leadership from your team were supportive of that project that would have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars per year in electrical expenses and provided a significant cash upfront, which can help plug some of the hole. In addition to that, look at your top contracts. We have not yet been able to get our garbage contract, which is the largest contract we have in town, coincided with the school board. But that could save millions of dollars over the course of the life of that contract. So please explore all of those things before you start cutting teachers. I heard a few things said tonight that I wanted to echo, and one of them is that teacher morale, according to the teachers that spoke here tonight, is at an all-time low. This seems to be a cultural thing in West Orange, to force those on the front lines to do more with less, while many that are at the top of the org chart are rewarded for their sacrifice.
Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. Your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Rock. You and I worked on a project together that could have brought $1 million into the district as well. Those kinds of things need to be leaned into. And also that forensic audit, when you can't explain where the money went, somebody's got to, from a third-party perspective, present that to everyone. Thank you.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, Darren Nurse here, 6 Dartmouth Road. Okay, yeah, so Darren Nurse here, 6 Dartmouth Road. First and foremost, you know, like I said, Mr. Moore, I know you well. I know a lot of these parents here that came to speak tonight. A lot of their kids are in public school or preschool, but I have the privilege of getting to know this gentleman here, and that gentleman on the end there, right? And I get to know their work. I also get to know Mr. Guerrero because of how I move around the town. The last time I was here, I spoke about nobody being cut. And, you know, this was the thing where I knew this way it was headed to. The other part to that is this. When it comes to making a sacrifice, sometimes the biggest leader need to take that sacrifice first before you start taking off the pieces off the chessboard, right? So if you're willing to do that or show you're willing to do something before you cut everyone else, then it could bring, how can I say this? It can give the assistance where the other people morale will feel good about what's going on. You got these teachers in which I know a lot of them personally, they put in a lot of work. And for them to come to this point where now they got to wake up tomorrow to think about not having employment or where they're going to go, right? Money don't just disappear overnight. It doesn't fall on this board. It falls on the fact that this has been going on for years over years. And as I said before, when I stood up here, you have people in this town who are more than willing. People are willing to fly in from wherever they got to come to work from. If you need their help, they will assist. And the fact that we did not do that as a group, I'm not putting it on you, I'm putting it on all of us. We did not do it as a group. That is something that we really need to consider. And I would urge you, before you make another move, to reach out to the town and speak to the people in this town to see what could be done.
Superintendent Moore and board, Teresa Nigro, Hazel Avenue School. You don't often hear from Hazel, but we are the little engine that could. That's what I think of when I think of Hazel. We are a throwback to the days where kids would walk to school. When we talk about cuts, this is rinse, lather, repeat for Hazel. We are constantly cut. And we have the most needy population. I would think that we are the most unique school because we are all over. We're everywhere on the spectrum. We have ELL learners. We have special education. We also have a very senior tenured staff, which I'm very grateful for. So we watch these kids grow and we see generations. I have seen kids, and actually one spoke today. She was my first Hazel student. She came up here and said, Ms. Nagro, I did this because of you. I see your bravery when you speak up. So I want to talk about equity among the 7 elementary schools, because we are a small school, no more than 400, but we are very much overlooked. And I'm speaking for my parents, and most importantly, my kids, my students. How is it that we keep getting cut and we are Title I and have been Title I for the longest time? So before all the cuts, and listen, I feel like you're an active audience, and some of you, your stories, they resonate. But here's the story. We have been cut so many times, I feel like it's a loaf of bread. It's cut, 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 year after year. We lose the third grade section, then we lose a fourth grade section, then it starts all over again. We are bursting at the seams. We have a transient population. We have students that will leave for a year and come back. So they register October, November. We're getting another one tomorrow. Okay? So we are exploding, and we work like all the teachers work, but we are like that additional caretaker. So now we're going to get another cut. How many cuts is Hazel getting? And we're a Title I school. Respect and honor the quaintness, the beauty of the small community school where we are seeing families, we are seeing generations. As I told you, one of my students is now employed in the district. So can you treat us like that little engine that does every year? Every year we come back. Your tenured staff is bringing in the new teachers, and we are helping them along the way. So I am respectfully asking, you need to differentiate. You need to look at each building, and you need to understand, we have Redwood, we have some schools, they have more sections than us, and they have 17 kids, 16 kids in a classroom. How is that acceptable? I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be fresh, because I do have a lot of respect for you, but I am speaking the truth. And when someone speaks the truth, look, nothing on my phone. I wasn't going to stand up. I have to stop myself from getting up. Every time I come to
Thank you, ma'am. Your
I
time
say,
has
don't
expired.
stand up, don't stand up. Last time I was here, I drove from Madison, New Jersey.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay? Remember, have respect for your Title I schools and the people that work extra hard.
Tony Edelstein, 50 Davy Drive. I'm in my 18th year teaching in the high school. Firstly, what is the justification for violating the law and the board's own policy by refusing to release the budget to the public and to the WOEA? And what is the justification for denying a valid OPRA request to release the budget? Those actions do not engender confidence in the district's leadership and commitment to transparency. Secondly, we know that the district is receiving $1 million less from the state, but as others have noted tonight, what accounts for the other $6, $8, or $10 million in the budget deficit? Is there other revenue that was expected that will not be forthcoming? We haven't heard about it. We've heard the explanation that increased costs are to blame, but we haven't been told about anything that has risen dramatically compared to previous years. In creating the budget, shouldn't the business administrator be able to forecast rising expenses based on past trends? Which expenses were unforeseen? Finally, don't cut Chinese. At the beginning of tonight's meeting, we heard the world language supervisor highlighting the importance of learning foreign languages. He cited global competence, cultural competence, global citizenship, fostering employment, broadening perspectives. The plan to cut Chinese is antithetical to those values. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Adriana Watson on Ridgehurst Road. I am a parent of 4 students in the West Orange schools, and I'm going to dedicate the first part of my comment to read something that another parent wrote. So this is on behalf of Shannon Ricconi, who lives on Kirk Street. And she says, I agree with all those who spoke before me. I'm a Washington parent. Washington is a Title I school, and we have the highest percentage of low-income families, the highest percentage of non-English speaking families, and the highest percentage of non-pre-K attendees in the West Orange district. So far, 4 teachers have been cut from Washington from kindergarten, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grades. 2 of those teachers are my children's teachers. And these cuts mean that next year, 2nd grade will have 2 sections, meaning that 27 2nd graders will be in each class. How big can a class get? Now, I would like to make a comment about the harassment, intimidation, and bullying agenda item. My daughter, I believe, was bullied earlier this year. her hair was ripped out of her head. She was scratched by a student who went onto her bus from another bus. She lives in a different part of town. And it struck a nerve with me when I heard that just one incidence of harassment, intimidation, or bullying was was on the agenda. And I wanted to know if there could be more transparency into the HIB reports, because I received a letter that said my daughter wasn't a victim of harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and I didn't understand how that could be the case. I would like to know what the criteria is. It was insinuated that my daughter started the fight by the principal, and I'd like to know more. I'd like to understand more about how you guys arrive at those numbers. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening. Michaela Bennett, Old Indian Road. So I just have a few questions and comments. Where may I find a copy of the proposed budget? How did we get to an $11 million deficit? How did you reduce it to $9 million? And can you do more of that? Can everyone who makes in excess of $100,000 in this district voluntarily agree to reduce their salaries by 5%? Can anyone who makes in excess of $200,000 figure out how to give back? No. How many administrators were given notice? What got us here? You're slashing the Chinese program. Why? Show the data. Why not Italian? I don't know if Li Lao Shore is still here, but Li Lao Shore had taught our son Chinese for 3 years here. And that was after 3 years of Chinese prior to the high school. But she also taught our son one of the most important non-academic lessons of his educational life. Teachers matter. I've been imagining how she's feeling right now. Surely, if you'll cut the Chinese program in the middle schools, it'll only be a matter of time when that may precipitate it being removed from the curriculum entirely. That's a mistake. I have absolutely no doubt that our son's Chinese resonated with decision makers at the Ivy League school he will be attending in the fall. Show your work. Provide your reasons and your rationale. If you want the community, the teachers to buy in, you have to engage them. Figure out ways to engage your communities, those who you lead and those who entrusted you to do so. Our town and our schools are intrinsically interdependent. Our property values depend on these schools. Resist the urge to suggest that it's a reduction in state aid or property tax increases. I will share, I am now going to pay probably $6,000 more in taxes annually. And I'll offer this suggestion: increase the cap. Increase the cap. There's a reason why the governor is permitting you to go up to 9%. I'm not suggesting go up to 9%, but increase the cap. It's simple. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for those comments. We appreciate all of your feedback, and we'll take that into consideration as the administration finishes preparation for the budget for the next meeting. Just a couple comments, then I'll pass it. I think some other board members may want to say something, and then Mr. Moore may respond to a few questions. But one of the big questions people ask is, how did we get here? You know, money doesn't disappear overnight, but in this case, and in every case across school districts in New Jersey, that's exactly what happens. So I mean, I don't people laughing because they don't believe it, but you look around the state and you got two different types of districts. The lucky ones who are gaining state funding, and they're having a great time. The other half of the state is going through this exact process where they've lost millions of dollars against their projected increases in costs, and they're trying to find out how to close that gap. Our revenue comes from three places. So you've heard two different numbers today, 11 million, 9 million. I think we mentioned 8 million at a previous budget meeting. The net difference between that is the tax levy that we've raised. About 70% of our funds come from a local tax levy. And at our original preliminary budget meeting, we were going back and forth and looking at the options of a 0% increase or budgeting to cap, so that the largest raise that we could do under state law right now, which is about 2% plus change because of some bank cap we had from a previous year. So we have made the one choice we can to raise revenue. Now, the governor has made an exemption for some school districts to raise that above that cap. That does not apply to us because we already raise our local fair share. The second bucket of money comes from the federal government. Some people have mentioned that the Department of Ed may not be here that long. You know, some people have mentioned that they don't know what's going to happen to Title I funding. You know, essentially it's flat right now, but who knows what's going to happen in the future. So our costs go up. The costs associated with paying for teachers and supplies and things at Title I schools continue to increase. The funds from the federal government have been flat. In some cases, we've lost ESSER funding, which has helped us in previous years, but that's money that's not there. And then comes the state funding that brings it about 20% or so, $30 million. And some people said it only went down $1 million. That's not that bad. But if inflation in school costs, when you look at the school funding formula, the state estimates that cost, their base cost for education across the board, has gone up between 6 and 7%. That means if you want to keep everything that we did last year and do it again next year, you have to take our budget from last year and increase that by 7%. Now, our state funding has gone down 3%, $1 million. We also didn't get the 7% increase of inflation. So really, we haven't lost $1 million. We've lost $3 million net, and that's part of the money that we were hoping and expecting to get, because a week before our last meeting, the budget was presented by the governor, and he said he was fully funding the formula. He said he had fixed the formula so that people will get more money. What he didn't mention was he changed the way that they calculated the local fair share, so our local fair share went up and our money went down. They pulled the rug out from under us, and in the matter of a week, we had to put together a preliminary budget and say, here's what this looks like. It's going to take us some time to figure that out. There's no way to close that gap of 7% cost increases. In some cases, it's higher. In some cases, it's lower, but that's roughly the average with those numbers. That's just the cold, hard facts. And again, when you look across this state, we are not unique in being in this situation. We didn't fall asleep at the wheel and just wake up one morning and realize there's no money. That is the state of education in New Jersey. And until the state changes its policies to fully fund our schools, to possibly change the law that caps how much we can raise tax revenue, this is the situation that we're going to be dealt with. So some years we get state funding, and we've had a few good years in the last few years. But the people, I know some that have been here for a long time, you remember 10 years ago when we did not get state funding, and West Orange had a tight budget for a long time. Now, it helped that inflation at that point was 1 or 2%, so you can make do with not having a lot of money. But the last few years of inflation being out of control, that inflation continuing, combine that with a 2% tax cap, combine that with a reduction in state aid, and that is the unfortunate situation that we find ourselves in. So none of us made a decision to cut funding for this district. None of us takes any joy in deciding what to keep or what to let go. None of us is targeting anything in particular. And we've heard from a lot of different school communities about things that they care about, and we care about all of them. But the fact that everyone is here to talk about different things shows that we have spread this around as much as we can. There is no one place that we can go to find a magic solution that would allow us to spare everyone else. I wish there was. I wish there was money. I wish there was an easy solution. But this is the hard place that we're in. And so, again, I thank you all for coming out. I thank you for your comments. And I'll pass it to, did you want to say anything? We'll come to you.
Okay, so I'm a little disappointed. Unfortunately, so many people who spoke were unable to stay until the end to hear what Mr. Rock said, because maybe we should have said that up front, because as complicated as this, hang on. As complicated as it is, I think he laid it out very well. I won't go into the numbers, but I will tell you that, so I didn't interrupt you when you spoke, right? If you want to come talk to me, come up. But just, I was respectful to you. Please show me the same courtesy. Okay? So what I was going to say is exactly what I was going to say, which is this is a mess. Everybody hates it. We get emails. We see people in ShopRite. The people with one program say cut the other program. Another program, they all want to cut football. I don't know what that's about, but everybody wants to cut another program. And I totally get that. But we're all here. We're all here doing the best we can with not enough dollars. So, you know, we can talk about how we're going to do it, or this one should have said that, or that one should have said that. But I have confidence in our superintendent. A lot of you came to us when we were doing the search saying we must have Mr. Moore here. This is why, okay, and this is why he got the position to do this job. It's not easy. I support him very much. We all do. And I just want to point out that nobody here has more at stake than somebody else does. We're all, whether we agree, disagree on cuts, no cut, we're all in this together. We all love this town. We all want to make sure our kids get the best education we can afford, and we all want to do it without going broke. And that's not let's not go broke. When I was running for Board of Ed a couple of years ago, every day when I walked up and down the hills in the rain, houses with dogs, whatever it was, every day I met somebody who was moving out because they couldn't afford it. That's the reality. So, yeah, it's horrible. I hate this. But this is where it is. We have to, most of our budget comes from salary and pension. We got hit by, I'm not going to go into what Mr. Rock said again, but that's where we are. So as it gets closer to the finish line, I would just urge everyone not to turn on each other and to just understand we're all doing our best here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beer, anything?
Yes. First of all, thank you to the parents who came today. It was really hard to read all the emails that we received from the community and the support that they are expressing in the emails. But as well, we all appreciate the kind of work the teachers do. Teachers, administrators, we are working. We are here to support Mr. Moore in order to make the best decision. I know West Orange is a wonderful school district, and we prove with so many different areas. We have the student who got the 1800 in the SAT score. We have Mr. Plata with all the 15 or more students who has the seal of biliteracy. This is an accomplishment that without the teachers, we cannot do that. We are supporting Mr. Moore in order to make the best decision. It's sad, but we are supporting him in this. We have a lot of information that we have in here. I was taking notes in order to see and find out how we can do it. But definitely my respect, and I'm so proud to be sitting here helping all of you, the parents, the students. I'm a grandmother and I have 3 kids in the school system. So, we try to look for the best that we can. And, I'm really happy to hear Mr. Melendez, Mr. Hodge, and Mr. Fitzgerald. How do the energy that you have, all the preparation that you are having in order to receive the kids. And, I'm so proud of the lady who was here speaking Spanish and, trying to get involved and find out the solutions. There are so many things that, this town is very valuable. And, diversity, inclusion, everything is here, but we need to work. Unfortunately, the budget is less money, but we are here to support Mr. Moore in order to be the best, make the best decisions for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. Anything from Dr. Bryant?
So again, thank you to folks for speaking up. I really wish we saw more of you more often. Everyone sort of shows up in a crisis, but we're here once a month on Monday night. And it would just be great to hear these voices and hear folks more regularly, not just sort of in this moment where we've got to make a difficult decision. Here to give all my gratitude to Hayden and his team that have done phenomenal work to put together things in a very difficult situation. I have to say that this is the second time that we've kind of set through, that I have, as a new board member, have set through a long sort of testimony space. And it's difficult to hear things that I know are not true. And it's, you know, someone even mentioned like there's rumors and they're not always in your favor. And so, you know, I just challenge us all to the point that was just made to like not turn on each other and to actually just kind of ask the question very clearly, like, is this happening? Because I think last time we sat through a long thing and I was like, is that even true? Like, have we actually said that or made a decision about that? Like, did I miss it? And I think that keeps us all on the same team. You know, I send 2 kids to school every morning, one that leaves the house at 6:42 and one that leaves at 8:03. And they come home happy and they come home confident and they come home proud of the work they do because of the teachers that they have and the leaders that work with them each day. And that day to day kind of gets lost in moments like this, right? We forget that those micro moments are often more powerful and in aggregate really are our kids' experience. And so again, to echo what Robert shared and what Rock shared for the 3rd time, that's the 3rd time we did those numbers. I think we had it at 2 other board meetings where you ran down that for us. Really do appreciate you all and appreciate you all for being here tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson.
Thank you, President Rock. Thank you to my board colleagues for their comments. I just want to suffix President Rock's points and just drill down very quickly on a couple of things and inject some truthism to the dialogue tonight. We are in a downward trend of state aid, and that the upward staircase has stopped, and now we are on a downward trajectory that is not likely to correct itself anytime soon. So the reality is the budget is bad this year, and it is likely to get worse next year without any demonstrable change from lawmakers in Trenton. Governor Murphy did the citizens of West Orange, the West Orange Public Schools, a favor by capping the amount of state aid that a district could lose this year. So we lost 3% of the $34 million in state aid that we received last year. So our loss in state aid was capped at $1 million this year. Had the governor not imposed that 3% cap on state aid, we would be talking about much more significant cuts than what are being proposed and are being undertaken. That's just the reality of it. And I think that the community is likely not aware of that, and I think that needs to be said. So between 2020 and 2023, we received an increase of state aid of $4 million, $7 million, and $5 million, respectively. That is an average of $5.3 million in state aid. We've lost $1 million in this year, and we lost $750,000 last year. So now, where we had in the previous 3 years, an average increase of state aid of 5.3 million, we now have a decrease over the last 2 years of $850,000. to put Mr. Rock's 7% figure in perspective, when you talk about a budget that is, let's just throw out a figure of $150 million, 7% of $150 million is somewhere around $8 million, which means that year over year, we have a structural deficit. So even before state aid begins, we start the year approximately $8 million in the hole. I am confident that everyone that spoke today, and even those that are watching, can do that basic arithmetic, that when you start $8 million in the hole, and then when you were on an upward trajectory of averaging $5 million a year, and then that $5 million a year stops, and then it is reduced by nearly $1 million, that you will be in the hole. One of the speakers spoke about the changing numbers, which unfortunately, due to the superintendent's, what I believe, I speak for myself, not including my colleagues here, his very transparent way of dealing with his administrators and staff when the budget, when the numbers came from the governor, being very transparent that he would look at every possible scenario. And it was mentioned in the last meeting that he considered a 0 tax increase to the citizens of West Orange, and also a maximum tax increase of 2%, which, because we had banked cap, meaning money we had not previously used, was 2.3%. But that got exaggerated to suggest that we were looking at $11 million and 8.5, and that the school districts people couldn't count. It was all preposterous. The reality is that this board has a responsibility, one, to its primary constituencies, which is its students and its families, to ensure that it builds a school district that is commensurate with the expectations of the community, to be able to provide kids with an education really that should be second to none. And it has a responsibility to the taxpayers of West Orange to make sure that the resources that are provided are sufficiently and adequately utilized in a correct manner. So it's not crazy to contemplate that we would consider what the budget impacts would be if we didn't raise taxes at all, or raise taxes at some level between 0 and 2.3%. That's just the responsible thing to do. This is now my 4th year on this board, and although it may be the case in some communities, it certainly has been the case in this community, it just becomes a given that we raise the taxes on people every year. We're going to go to the cap every year, 2%. And if that be the case, given that Mr. Rock's point, that we have these year-over-year structural deficits, if we're forced to do that, then that's what we've done, because we know that these costs are out of line given inflation. We know these costs are structural. One of the speakers said that, have we contemplated asking staff people who make over $100,000 a year to take a 5%, I think it was a 5% reduction in salary, or administrators who make over $200,000 to make a 5% reduction in salary. But I don't think that ask has been made, and I won't judge the merits of the suggestion. What I will say, to one of the other speakers' point, if that were the case in this community, that would probably be greater than 50% of the people that work for the school district, including those that teach in our classrooms, given public reports of the median salaries of teachers and administrators who work for the district. So if that's a worthwhile contemplation, given the number of people who spoke last month about help that can be afforded to the district, maybe that is a worthwhile contemplation. It's not a contemplation that I think this board has considered, given the hard work that the staff does. But I will say that staff cuts, and I speak as the chair of the board's policy committee, so almost every aspect of the work that the board does somehow or another touches the work that I do as the policy chair, whether it's a curriculum and instruction, whether it's transportation, whether it's high school graduation. Somehow or another, some modicum of it touches me. But staff cuts have to be reasonably considered and undertaken, because the truth is, the absolute, unbiased, unabashed truth is that salaries and benefits account for 75% of the West Orange school budget. You cannot have a real and reasonable conversation about balancing a budget in the face of the downward trajectory of state aid without contemplating the biggest line item in your budget. Could have been said last year, because this is not the first year we've encountered this issue of budget challenges. Our state aid was cut last year. I applaud Mr. Moore in his efforts last year not to undergo the inevitability of what he's undertaking this year. Likely could have endured some of these same staff cuts that are being proposed this year and finalized this year last year. But he and his staff, the same staff that's being criticized speciously, in my opinion, the same staff cuts that are being undertaken this year, likely, in some opinions, could have been undertaken last year. And Mr. Moore and his staff worked very hard to avoid those staff cuts. So it's unfortunate to hear some of the accusation, to hear innuendo in the street. I won't comment on the transparency process. The slides don't look any different this year than they've looked in the last 4 years that I've been here. People will say, well, 38 slides versus 16 slides. Maybe they got more efficient. I don't know. The hard buckets of numbers are no different in this year's slides than they have been in the previous slides. The demands for greater transparency, certainly welcome. Who would say that you shouldn't have greater transparency? That's just the reality of it. I also want to remind those who are assembled here, not those just that work here, but also those that live here, that everybody up here lives here. So everybody up here equally is impacted as a community. We're impacted by the change in the 678 school model. We're impacted by the 2.3% tax levy. Many of us, having, similar to another speaker, have had increases in the tax bill over the last year. And again, to really finalize and crystallize the point, given the changing landscape of the community, this is not a one-year challenge, likely. We will have a new governor next year who may have a completely different philosophy, who may not honor the cap that Governor Murphy put in. We may be facing significant budget shortfalls for the foreseeable future. And I can't tell you as a parent of 2 kids in the district, or currently as a board member, how we will approach that if it comes in the future. What I can say as someone who observes it is that Mr. Moore and his team continue to operate with the same integrity that I have seen them operate since he's been superintendent. They continue to operate with the same integrity and the same veracity by which many of you who criticized him tonight, but yet celebrated him in the past, he has not changed. His staff has not changed with respect to how they approach these numbers. So it's disappointing to hear that. But the reality is that these are real numbers. It is unfortunate to hear the stories of disappointment. I was moved by the teacher who lives here, and unfortunately, by his disclosure, says that he received notice of his layoff. That's hard to hear. It doesn't change the reality of the numbers. Doesn't change the reality of us needing to call Trenton. Doesn't change the reality that our $5.3 million of average state aid that we were getting in the last 4 years, in the last 2 years, has become a reduction of $850,000 and is likely to become more in the future. So with that said, again, I appreciate the work of my colleagues, appreciate the work of the superintendent and his team, and hope that things change in Trenton for the betterment and the sustainability of the work that we all do in the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Mr. Moore?
May I think that the board spoke to the fiscal reality that we face, but let me speak a little bit to the community, to the teachers, and those that are out. I just want to remind people, and I think you heard it, we had a short turnaround with the budget, and we received, we received some, as you heard from Brian, news that we were cut with our, I believe it's called, you called it thank you, equalization aid. That's correct. I'm sorry, Brian. Right now, I'm a little emotional. I couldn't remember that. I'm sorry about that. Equalization aid. I did open up a survey where you can write down so we can read your suggestions as a community. That was done. We definitely opened it up. I'm not saying that transparency couldn't be improved better or face-to-face, but we asked for written suggestions. And when we say things like teachers weren't consulted at all, we received written suggestions from the union, which we opened up with Josh, and I hope Josh would confirm that. I did, exactly. And I spoke with him to get your suggestions as teachers, because that doesn't change my care and my commitment to you when I was in your ranks or I'm here. I want to make sure we turn every stone before we let anyone go. Some of these changes, yes, are collateral to keeping and preserving some staff members. We are working towards that. Before we want to cut anyone, yes, you will hear and see, and it's still really moving as we sit here today, where we made all our cuts, and you're going to see it's a variety of areas and programs. But you will also see we let go a lot less teachers than we would have had to before without making some of these adjustments and movements and cuts. We've always prioritized the students and the teachers. That doesn't change. But we did open up to get written feedback from the community. We did open up to get written feedback from the teachers. We received them. Some of that feedback we did take, and we will get it together and show you as we introduce it into the budget. But all of it cannot be done. Donations are wonderful, but they might be one-offs. I'm trying to find sustainable ways to keep our staff functioning with us. So movements, configurations, transportation cuts, they're sustainable funds. My background is child study. I believe in special education. We are funding it. Yes, even though there are cuts there, we're making sure and fund it for our students. We understand the importance of that. Title I schools, I started at Washington. I don't forget that. I don't want to take from anyone. But reality, and I don't want to get criticized for this, but we have to pay bills. We have to make payroll. There's no one that's going to say, freeze my salary, don't worry about it, because guess what? The reality is teachers, administrators, all of those that work with our children, and my children go to the district as well, cannot afford to now take a freeze of salary, a decrease in salary, and then go out and buy eggs or buy food when that raises in prices and gas. So we have to balance the budget. We have to keep our organization functioning. I believe, and I just want to address this, our Mandarin program is quite important. I believe that. I would love to keep that in our middle schools. Even when I heard today in the elementary, it's a great idea. I don't disagree with that. But it's not the only language that was going to be, or maybe, I shouldn't say going to be, let's say maybe, cut from the middle schools. No one is more important than the other. They're all important. And by no means do we feel that one group of people are less than others because we make a cut that has a fiscal consequence. Every decision that's made in a district has a dollar behind it. That's the reality, whether you want to believe that, not believe that, because no one's coming and showing up for 6 hours to teach our wonderful children without paying them. That's the reality. And we need to make sure we can do that. I didn't want to simplify this conversation like that, but when you're balancing budgets or industries are cutting jobs as Google does or anyone else, it's because they're cutting payroll. They're cutting salaries. People say cut capital projects. I'm going to tell you something to that. We have been. We've delayed on fixing our buildings. But when our kids are going to school and there's leaks through the ceiling or the windows are broken, that costs money to fix. No one here wants to make these decisions. This is my second year being a superintendent. Believe me, I loved what I was doing before. I didn't walk in here saying this is what I want to do. But I love the district. And I want to continue functioning with the same quality we have. But I will tell you, the reality is that I've learned the hard way, because I tried last year to save as many people as I can, and I'm trying again this year. There is a fiscal component to managing the district that's very real. I'm sorry if that came off a lot harsher than I'm usually with the public, but I think that we really have to understand that these decisions aren't made out of just being callous or lazy. And it's not easy hearing people say, well, you're doing the middle school things. By the way, I want to address that. And you didn't involve teachers. But I will reach out and I will ask the principals, because I asked them, can you formulate committees, talk to your teachers? Let's take a look at that. And I believe they did ask some teachers, but I'm not trying to cause conflict, but there was something there that we needed to discuss, I guess, with the union to make that matter. But it's not that we don't want your input. We wanted it. So when people are saying these things, that's not true. And that I won't do. And when people are saying, you never even let us give feedback, yes, I did. And I'm telling you, I gave you ample chance to give quality feedback, one that's written, not one that's stated at a mic that we clap and may not remember when we leave, but one that you can write down and we can see. We just have to be real with each other on what this is. This isn't a romantic drama. This is real. I need dollars to equal jobs. And if we can do that, we can keep everything right where it is. No one's taking pay freezes. No one's going to say, don't pay me, I'll still come. It's just not reality. And I'm sorry, but that's as real as it gets. We have to balance a budget. It's not pretty. It's not something that I'm going to volunteer to do, but we have to make some tough decisions. And everyone can give me a suggestion. Don't cut this, cut that. Don't cut this, cut that. None of it will be right. None of it will be right. Because the moment I cut one thing, someone else said, well, why did you cut it to there? Or I cut from one school, they'll claim other schools have that. I get it. I get it. But walk away from here understanding that we prioritize the students, we prioritize keeping our staff intact, but we have to make responsible decisions. And sometimes we have to change as a district in order to realize, in order for us to realize the funds we need in order to keep our teachers and our staff, because that's the engines, is the teachers and the staff teaching our kids. And maybe in areas that are not student-facing, like transportation, no offense, Craig, like transportation, we can realize funds to sustain jobs, not for just this year, but for years as we keep moving, because it has to be sustainable. And for my parents that say, hey, don't worry, lift the tax levy, tax us some more. I'm the superintendent of everybody, not just those that can afford that. But I also have friends on the other side of that that have said, hey, you raising this anymore? Because I'm not going to be able to stay. This is going to be tough. Yes, the town just got a tax assessment. I'm one of the people whose taxes went up, but the town just got a tax assessment. Some of our very good families in here their taxes went up considerably, between $6,000 to $3,000. And then on top of it, I'm already raising the taxes 2.3. I have to balance this, but I also think that I have to be responsible to all parties that make up our school district. Not just hearing from the teachers or hearing from the parents, and the parents that can and the parents that cannot. So there will be no perfect answer to balancing the budget. But we are working on preserving our programs, as many as we can, for our students. We will take a second look, believe me, at the world languages. We do believe in Mandarin. I think even today I stopped Felix in the hallway and said, what can we do with this? Can we look at it? Because I wanted to know, what can we do? And balancing this budget in this in this period of time is moving and evolving all the time, making decisions on where we can cut and where we can't cut. Sometimes we're like, let's do this one, and then we think of that, and then we say, no, maybe this one, and no, maybe that. So none of that is an easy move or an easy decision. But none of it is made with malice, or none of it is made lazy, and none of it is made without contemplation. We are doing that. We have asked for suggestions. We have invited our teachers on committees to take a look at what we're talking about. And I want that understood, because I don't want a misconception of what we're doing up here and what this leadership's about. But this is a tough moment. It's unprecedented. West Orange did not go through this big of cuts, this large, I should say, cuts, excuse me. We've been through similar, but not as large as this. But we are walking our way through it. We will walk our way through it. And we hope that you may not agree with everything, but we hope that you will see that our efforts are genuine and integrity filled. They're not guesswork, and they're not just callous. Please understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. All right, next we will move on to our resolutions. May I have a motion to approve the personnel items A1 through A5?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Ifker. I want to congratulate the following retirees: Teresa Bonagora, a fifth grade teacher at Gregory Elementary for her 24 years of service. Ozzy Diaz, a health and physical driver's education teacher at West Orange High School for his 30 years of service. Joyce Melvin, a special ed teacher at Kelly Elementary for her 25 years of service. And Diane Sinisi, a special ed teacher at Washington Elementary for her 26 years of service. Thank you all for your service to the West Orange students and our school community, and welcome to the club where every day is Saturday. Is there any other discussion on personnel? All right, seeing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll call.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Vera,
Yes.
Vice President Ifker.
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next, may I have a motion to approve the curriculum and instruction items B1 through B4?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Stevenson. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll call.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Vera,
Yes.
Vice President Ifker.
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next, may I have a motion to approve the finance items, C, special services item A1, and business office items B1 through 10?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Vera. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll call.
Dr. Bryant,
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson,
Yes.
Ms. Vera,
Yes.
Vice President Ifker.
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, next, may I have a motion to approve reports, item D1 through 2?
Motion.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ifker. Any discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Flowers, please take the roll call.
Dr. Bryant.
Yes.
Mr. Stevenson.
Yes.
Ms. Vera,
Yes.
Vice President Ifker.
Yes.
President Rock.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Next up, we have final petitions and hearings of citizens for any agenda or non-agenda item that you wish to discuss. You will have 3 minutes to speak. Please approach the podium at this time and appreciate that it is 10:34 p.m. You have 3 minutes.
I'm not taking 3 minutes, I promise, because I think they'll kill me in the back too. The one thing I just want to say is if you look at those presentations on the website from 22, 23 backwards, the preliminary budgets had worst case scenario, 40 teachers, 10 custodians, whatever the numbers are, what programs were being looked at. We've seen none of that. That's the problem. Yes, we did give feedback. I filled out that survey. Josh got my feedback. But there's been nothing since then, no user-friendly budget on the website yet, which I realize can't be there because it's not finalized till next week. All we're asking for is information. Forget being included in decisions. I'm not even worried about that. What the hell's going on? Because we have no idea other than a bunch of numbers from last week. So that's what we mean by transparency. Thank you.
Good evening, Taz Roro. I live on Hutton Avenue. Good news, I'm not going to talk about the budget. It's not about the budget. So I missed the earlier part of the presentation. I understand that Edison now is going to 6, 7, 8 is my understanding. So with every challenge, I think there's an opportunity. And what I'm presenting today is this is something I've been thinking a lot about. I heard one of our Board of Education members say one of her child goes for the bus at 6:42 a.m. in the morning. So high school start time, later start time. Right. So if we're going to look as a district, look at the busing program now because of this change with Edison, I highly encourage you to consider that. I know there is pros and cons on that, what do you call it? Sporting activities with other districts. With every change, there's a pushback. I recognize that. But I do think we have a unique opportunity now because I would assume we're going to be looking at that anyways. I have a 7th grader. When he was in Edison, I think it was 7:15 bus time. And at some point when we instituted the app, there was a 20-minute change. That was a world of a difference for him, right? So some of the research shows that a later start time for high school and ideally for middle school too reduces anxiety, depression, suicide ideation. More kids are likely to eat breakfast with their families. Those high school students who drive have less accidents and bullying, right? And many more. There's a lot more research that supports it. So I just encourage you to make that part of the plan. I also want to say thank you for all that you do. I know that it's not hard to hear all of the emotions today. I appreciate everyone coming out. I've said it before, you couldn't pay me enough to do what you all do, even though I know that you're volunteers. So we're faced with tough decisions, but I just want to say, I see y'all. Thank you. It couldn't have been me. So good night.
Kramer, I looked at the slides. You had a total revenue on your slides of 204 million and change, if I'm not mistaken. You listed enrollment at 6,800 and change. That's close to 30K per student. That's more money than just about any district anywhere per student. I think we can do a lot with that funds. Quite frankly, as Ms. Flowers will point out, when this budget is actually audited and all the numbers are thrown in, that top line of 204 probably going to be much higher when the audited budget comes out in the January after the 2000, in January or February of 2007. So I don't think you really have a revenue problem. I think you have to creatively use what money you have better. And I think although we love our teachers and our unionized employees, there's unsustainable increases in salary. There's unsustainable increase in healthcare costs. And we love our employees, but we have to communicate with them that they're just not economically sustainable to keep things the way they are. And it's tough to say. And I don't like saying it because I like our teachers and everybody wants to be paid more. But the numbers just won't work out to enable that to happen. Thanks.
All right. Thank you all very much. Our next board meeting will be held at 5:30 p.m. on May 5th, 2025. This meeting will be held in the West Orange High School Library Media Center. We will not be going into executive session after the close of this meeting. There will be no further business discussed and no additional action will be taken. May I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Thank you for that.
Second.
Second. Oh, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for joining us tonight. Our meeting is now adjourned. We wish you a good night.